start.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again, dear lecturers, dear students, dear participants of the 4th International Conference Media for Men, Participation and Use of Media, Creativity, Competences, Ethics. It is great honor for us to have you here. It is great honor for us that you accepted our invitation, and it is time to start our conference. His Magnificence, the main rector of the Pontifical University of John Paul II in Krakow, would like to contribute in opening conference, and he sent a letter. And let me, at the very beginning, ask Dr. Piotr Drak to read it now.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm sorry that I'm a bit overwhelmed with the situation to become like to give my voice code to become like a rector of our university. So it took a little bit time to get hold of these old things. I hope that that I would be able to be a good presenter for our rector. So let's please give me your ears for a moment. And the very Reverend Dean Michael, the Director Katarzyna, dear speakers and listeners of this international event, ladies and gentlemen. I'm profoundly grateful that already for fourth time, the International Conference, Media for Men, Participation and Use of Media, Creativity, Competence and Ethics is organized at the Pontifical University of John Paul II in Krakow. I'm also delighted that specialists of mass media meet at our university here to talk about media creativity, competencies, and ethics. These themes seem of major concern today. I also wish to express my great appreciation to 6 academic centers which have combined their forces as to seek proper answers to the current issues and problems. Let me welcome particularly warmly our guests from Austria, Slovakia, and Germany. I also thank profusely the professors and students of our university for the organization of this conference and their scientific contribution to it. John Paul II, the patron saint of our university, did not only fear media, but he willingly cooperated with them. And it ought to be strongly emphasized, he opened the church door to modern means of evangelization and communication. The saintly Pope himself addressed this problem many times, as he did at the end of his pontificate when issuing the apostolical letter, The Rapid Development, on the 24th February 2005. The letter which I'm sure all of you are perfectly familiar with. In this apostolical letter, the Pope analyzed very closely the significance of mass media in the evangelization mission of the Church. He stressed the need of continuous religious and moral formation of media workers, as well as of media consumers, so that they both could use mass media in a critical and responsible way. He also observed the improper use of media may be destructive to people and society, asserting that the world of mass media also has need of Christians' Christ's redemption. This apostolical letter is a kind of compendium of St. John Paul II teachings on the means of social communication and his personal meditation addressed to people in the charge of media. In the final part of this apostolical letter, St. John Paul II appealed to the entire Church: do not be afraid of new technologies. These rank among the marvelous things, inter mirifica, which God has placed at our disposal to discover, to use, and to make known the truth. Also, the truth about our dignity and about our destiny as His children, heirs of His eternal kingdom. These words are still relevant, and I would like to dedicate them today to you, wishing the most fruitful conference. Thank you for your attention. Monsignor Reverend Professor Robert Tirawa, our magnificent rector of the John Paul II University in Krakow. Thank you.
Thank you. We are very grateful to our rector for his support. He is always full of understanding for our projects. So thank you once again. The Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences should be also here today with us. Unfortunately, it is not possible because of health reasons. He is very sorry that he is not able to be part of our event today. I need to mention from my side that our Dean, Professor Michał Droszcz, he is the founder of the project of International Conference Media for Men, as well as the entire long-term media ethics project. And we owe our today's event to his ideas, to his determination. We know him very well. Thanks to him, we can be today together. And the Dean sent us a short welcome letter, short message. Please allow me to read it out loud. Dear participants of the Media for Men conference, dear colleagues, I'm sorry that I cannot attend today's conference and greet you all and each of you properly in person. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation to the conference. I wish you a successful meeting, interesting presentations, and inspiring discussions. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm looking very much for the fruits of this conference, the future publication. Once again, I full-heartedly greet all of you and welcome you. With kind regards, Michał Droszcz. And the main organizer of our meeting, the main organizer of the Media for Men conferences is the Institute of Journalism, Media and Social Communication, of which I have the pleasure to be a director. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to all conference participants. I'm very grateful that you decided to accept our invitation. And I'm very grateful that you want to participate in the scientific reflection on the condition of men in the contemporary world of media. The Media for Men conference takes place, as you know, for the 4th time. So we can talk about short tradition, let's say. And please allow me to very briefly outline the history of this project. The first International Media for Men conference was held in 2017 under the title Media for the Men for the Media or the Media for Men. It ended up with question mark. The second edition took place in 2018 under the title Lost or Found in Web. It ended up with a question mark also. And 1 year later, we organized the third Media for Men conference entitled Real Values in the Virtual World, without question mark at the end. We had planned for the next edition in 2020, but for obvious reasons due to the pandemic, it was impossible. We hope that we would be able to organize the next stationary edition in Krakow. However, it is still very difficult. It is still very risky. That's why we decided to organize an online conference. We hope that the series of conferences will develop, and we hope that we will have a chance to host you in our beautiful city in Krakow next time. Maybe next year it will be possible. Today, the meeting at the Zoom is attended by lecturers, by disputants, and the heads of sessions. The rest of participants, now I know that it is around 100 people who are following our conference. The rest of participants, students, they participate in the conference through the broadcast on YouTube channel provided by JP2 TV. Both groups, so our group at Zoom meeting and group at YouTube channel, both groups have the ability to ask questions, to add comments on chat. So please feel free to participate actively in our meeting. JP2 TV, it is our university television, and I would like to, now at the very beginning, I would like to thank Reverend Dr. Paweł Kaszuba and his team, his dream team, for technical support of our event. They are preparing streaming and taking care for technical side of our meeting today. So thank you once again. And I think that it's the time to start the session. The first session, our conference consists of 3 sessions. Let's start first one. The first presentation will be done by Professor Michael Reuter, who is Vice Rector for International Affairs at the University of Applied Sciences in Burgenland, Austria. And Michael will present about media for men, but what if they don't use them? Decline of online dialogue due to young people's increasing unwillingness to engage in discourse in social media. and the Spiral of Silence 2.0, Analysis and Solution Approach. Dear Professor Michael, thank you that you are today with us. Good to have you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Kasia, for this very nice introduction. And I start with an apology. The apology is that my title was longer than the title of the conference, which is a pain sometimes in the academic area. I'm very sorry for that.
It's interesting, yeah. So we are waiting for your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. I will share the presentation with you, and of course, I will also send the PDF version to the organizing committee if you're interested, and if you're into this topic a little deeper. Then we can, of course, talk about all these things afterwards. So I will share my my presentation with you now. Hopefully, you are already able to see it.
Yes, we can see it.
Very good. By the way, I didn't pick the picture. It is the official picture of our university now. But interesting enough, it fits to the title. So it's really about the younger generation and their social media use. What I plan to do with you is, and I will not read every word on every slide, I promise in advance. But what I plan to do with you is take you on a journey. It's a piece in 5 stages, a research journey in 5 stages. That was also a journey for us. Me and my fellow co-researchers, Jennifer Yeo, Sabrina Wiedenhofer, Eva Prosky, Petra Herold, and Melanie Koch. We did this research over for the period of the last 4 years. So we ended up doing that in last spring. And the research region in this case was Austria. But as the social media use is quite similar, and as we were also focusing on Facebook, that I will explain a little later on, which is also very huge in Poland, there are lots of similarities, and I'm very sure that we can compare some of the results. And I would be also very interested on your opinion of the situation in Poland, and also maybe in Slovakia and Germany. Stage 1, I go briefly through the stages as an agenda, so to say, and then of course we deepen our thoughts a little bit on that. So stage 1, the original idea was that we wanted to take a look at the online dialogue habits of a younger generation of students. And to be very frank, this was an idea that I briefly had, and I inspired a bachelor's student to do her bachelor's thesis. So that was just the idea. And what we saw there, in a very of course not very highly methodological surrounding, but with still some interesting results, is we saw that the spiral of silence is still alive, and it's very alive and well, especially when it comes to the web surrounding. We did 3 focus groups, very simple, people between 19 and 25, and you see the key question, so to say, of this work here. So the question was: does Facebook contribute to the plurality of opinions of young adults on controversial topics? In this case, it was the whole refugee topic that we had during that period of time in Austria, as well as in other European countries. Or does it create a kind of silent spiral 2.0 that I already mentioned? And that led us to the second stage. More on the results later, as I promised. We took a look at the dialogue desert Facebook, as we call it, with the second stage that asks: do the effects of the silent spiral that we found out on the formation and expression of public opinion among young adults in Austria on controversial topics on the social networking site Facebook, And that was, of course, an interesting question. We did that quantitative. So we asked more than 400 participants in that stage. And that led us to stage 3, where we also created a different look on the spiral of silence as a theory. It's not so much a theory of the public, more of a partial public anymore. More on that later on. Here, the key question was, can the spiral of silence work in closed groups of students on the social networking site Facebook? I will also comment on the closed groups aspect later on. Again, a quantitative survey with more than 400 participants. Stage 4 was then again a quantitative survey where we were interested in the motives. So how do motives for using Facebook affect readiness for discourse on the platform? Because we found out earlier that there are troubles with that. So we took a look at the motives and created some ideas. And then, of course, stage 5 was the potentials of discourse promotion in social media. Here the question was, how can the willingness of young adults to engage in discourse on the social web be promoted and the spiral of silence online be avoided, so to say. We did that qualitative because, of course, in this case, we had a foundation from the quantitative surveys that we took, and we wanted to go into deep with the specific group of people, and we did focus groups again. So that's just a brief introduction. And now I guide you to some of our results. Stage 1, I just did one key line out of the results on the beginning of every stage, which is in this case, Facebook doesn't contribute to the plurality of opinions of young adults on controversial topics. Kind of a silent spiral 2.0 is created. The results in detail are kind of interesting. First of all, many of the people in the target group mirrored their circle of friends and acquaintances on Facebook, and their discussions are taking place dominantly there. So the anonymity effect that you could have potentially on the social web is not really there, because people are discussing within their mirrored or more or less, more on that later, their mirrored circles of friends and colleagues. Secondly, what people said is that conflict topics are discussed in a highly polarizing way on Facebook, and that they feel a fear of isolation, as we know from the spiral of silence. It is present, and there is also no connection to the personality of the people. So it doesn't really matter whether you're introvert or extrovert. So this fear of isolation is kind of seen within all people. Facebook is also perceived as dangerous by our participants. The target group recognizes the filter bubble effect, of course, has data protection concerns, has also fear of the storage of information, and fears also professional consequences. So in their work surrounding that, they have that there is some kind of punishment or a sanction, let's say. So what's happening is a striving for dissonance avoidance, especially conflict topics, especially political issues, are avoided to discuss. And very interesting is the first hint that we got here, which led us to a lot of other things, that two strongly controversial opinions, especially by weak ties, so in the sense of Granovetter's weak ties, so people that we are not really closely connected with, often leads to a cut of these ties, so they are pushed out of the circle of friends. And if there are similar things with the strong ties, so people that are also within the closer group of friends mirrored on Facebook, then the dialogue is sought offline, so it's not really done online then, which means one part is avoided or even cut off, and the other one is transferred to offline. So the decisive factor for willingness to speak or silence is the reference group in the private online space, not society as a whole. Despite the fact that this was a qualitative research done in the beginning, very low level, so to say, this is something that we could also prove later on in later stages with quantitative surveys. It's not so much what the general public thinks. Important is what the reference group thinks. So my group of close stakeholders. And of course, the idea that spiral of silence is a reality. Yeah. Stage 2, I called it Dialogue Desert Facebook, and I will point out why. Here, the key result is the effects of the spiral of silence affect the formation and expression of public opinion among young adults in Austria on controversial topics on the social networking site Facebook. So they affect the format and expression of public opinion. We could confirm some of the things that I already mentioned, so I will not repeat that. Interesting new aspects where young people dominantly make true statements in their profiles, in their mainly private profiles. So they're usually do not have fake profiles, and they usually are not also acting anonymous. Most of them have a lot of contacts already. So the average that you find in the literature, sometimes 150, is far away from reality. So most of our participants had more than 500 contacts within their network. And interesting enough, within the age groups, all effects are even more pronounced the younger participants. So the younger participants have stronger effects. So all the described effects are stronger connected to those groups. Interesting enough, also gender differences are not really seen. So they are so usually we could not trace any differences between the genders. What happens is that there is no speaking out in the sense of make the wit. So Facebook hardly plays a role in the expression of opinions on important topics. As we said, this takes place offline, but rather primarily serves the needs for entertainment, information, maintaining contact with a closer group. The passive use dominates, so that's nothing new, but we just had to have a couple of numbers here. For example, the vast majority posts maximum one time per month actively something, and comments on, in average, only every 25th post. And usually controversial topics are ignored completely, or, as we said, discussed privately. When they speak up as a substitute of speaking out, they do it usually through emojis. So they press the typical Facebook buttons. So these are the dominant ways of responding. It's not so much text or real discussion. In literature, sometimes a lack of sanction expectation is mentioned. As an argument that things like asynchrony, anonymity, potential lack of identifiability are helping to prevent from a spiral of silence happening. This is something that we could not track. So all of our results are really, and also in all consecutive studies, are telling us something different. These effects do not really apply when it comes to our target group, young adults in Austria. Just between the stages, I mentioned it's not something that I go into deep, but we had, of course, also a very close connection to some theoretical models and theories. This is just a list of things that we took into account, from the looking glass perception to hostile media perception, third person effect, full consensus effect, of course, theory of cognitive dissonance, which is very important also, and spiral of silence, of course, as the key theory that we relied on. But all these things were taken into account when analyzing the data. So that leads us to stage 3. Spiral of silence, as I mentioned, is not so much a theory of the public than more a partial public. And I will also outline why this is happening. Here the key line is spiral of silence can also work in closed groups of students on the social networking site Facebook through the pressure of the prevailing opinion in the group rather than the public opinion. This is something that we heard before, but now we will outline some details. Also, confirmation that interaction is mainly done with the strong ties, not with the weak ties. And also that the reference groups, they are dominant for all activities. The public as a whole is not so much important when it comes to whether or not I speak up. So in that regard, spiral of silence is becoming a theory of partial public opinion more than the public per se. And at that point, I have to also bring in a limitation. The limitation is it does not take the fear of isolation, so the spiral of silence effect, to trigger silence. And this is why the use of online dialogue is generally very low. So the proportion of lurkers, you know, the term potentially, which is the group of people that is more or less passively using social media, is around 70%, and that's almost same percentage in all the three quantitative stages. So people are potentially very, very passive when it comes to social media use. Only 5% of the users are regularly active as posters, which is the other main group. And of course, in the middle, there are these mixed types. Interesting enough, young people signal a high level of interest in politics, but at the same time, they do not want to express their political opinions in the virtual world because of all the things that I mentioned before. Only if the situational framework conditions and the culture of conversation fit to their needs, they are open to discuss things. And this is also giving us a hint on where we could potentially work on, which will be the last part of my presentation. The problem is the net, and especially Facebook, does not appear to them as a place where respectful dialogue is possible. So rather than a place where hate is usual, where they are threatened by trolls, where a lot of negative things are also happening. And this is, of course, not the typical surrounding where you want to express an opinion. With that limitation, we have to say the silence of a lurker is not necessarily silence in the sense of the spiral of silence. It can be also because of other effects or the general low interest in online dialogue, to say. Also, between these stages, more theories and models were coming in. Of course, the well-known uses and gratifications approach. So what are the real needs? That was also a basis on where we reflected. The information utility approach, and of course also the technology acceptance model. These were also models and approaches that were kind of interesting for us as theoretical pillars and the possibility to reflect our empirical results. So stage 4. It's getting more and more interesting, and we're also coming more closely to the end. Online dialogue happens between psychology, situation, and gratification. Decision to participate in a public discourse occurs predominantly in the intersection of psychological dispositions and situational circumstances, as well as expected gratification. So these are 3 very important pillars that we found out through all the participants of our surveys. Topics, as we said, avoidance of the controversial ones, and age, especially when it comes to avoiding Facebook, because Facebook is getting older and older, so to say, when it comes to the usage, play a significant role here. Interesting enough, the level of education only to a limited extent. So it was not a big difference between somebody that didn't do a university degree versus somebody that had a PhD. So there were just small differences, but not really significant. What made a difference is the higher socioeconomic status. Of course, that's sometimes connected with the level of education, as we know, but not always. Especially when people are older, in better positions, and wealthier, they are more open to participate and to contribute opinion as a result of higher self-esteem, and so on and so on. This is something that we could see, but that of course doesn't really affect the young group, the 19 to 25 year olds. Lurkers also want to communicate and socialize less on social media, especially on Facebook. They prefer entertainment, information, and they also spend significantly less time on the channel Facebook than posters and X types. What's more important for them is the need to be liked, which is more pronounced among lurkers than posters, or their lower self-confidence causes a dissonance with the negative discourse atmosphere that we already talked about, but it has a significant effect, so to say, on them, and might also lead to an avoidance or to a certain habit of being passive out of these personal predispositions. Interesting enough, because they are not participating as much as others, the need satisfaction on Facebook is also significantly lower for lurkers than for posters. So posters also get more out of participating online, they also hold back in order to somewhat reduce the complexity and information overflow for themselves. So one other reason why they're not participating is they're already kind of overloaded with information, and in that regard, they try also to reduce that. Why do they use then Facebook anyway? There are a couple of hints that we have here. One might be, among other things, out of habit, or might be also out of social pressure, because if everybody else is there, then I cannot not be there, which is, of course, things that are also underlined by certain other results of research from other authors. Character predispositions come in, as we heard before, but they only differ to a limited extent. Lurkers are somewhat more introverted, a little more, and they feel somewhat more uncomfortable in communication situations, but it's not really a significant difference that would explain the amount of lurking versus participation. So I'm very careful to underline our results with any character predispositions. I would not, in general, I would not do that. The general willingness to communicate is similarly pronounced. The context has a relevant influence on whether communication ultimately takes place. So situation, as we said, psychology, and also what I will come back later on, gratification. Interesting enough, also lurkers have, of course, less experience with hate speech, bullying, and all these things on the web. But on the other hand, they are more afraid of that because obviously they see what happens to others, and that leads them even more into being passive when it comes to online discussion. That brings us already to stage 5. I promise I'm finished very soon. The potentials of discourse promotion in social media. Here the key line is more opportunities for real anonymity, groups with a limited or manageable number of discourse participants, real active community management, and a reward system designed to incentivize would be potential key discourse enhancing factors. So we found out, especially in the last stage, that was again qualitative based on all the quantitative surveys, that some of the things would really help to some extent. I will get back to that later. So a lot of things were again confirmed by the people in the focus groups, and they outlined again discourse inhibiting factors and promoting factors. The inhibiting factors, there are a couple of new aspects here, that Facebook is a time eater, that the filter bubbles are too strong, so they keep them too much separated from other people. That platforms like Facebook are not really designed for discussion and individual expression of opinion, more for networking and self-promotion. That platforms are too public for the discussion of sensitive topics. Maybe leads to an evasion in messengers like Telegram and all the things that we know of. A polarizing environment that steers up fear of social sanction. And of course, the migration of young target groups towards other platforms like TikTok, Instagram before, and so on. Discourse promoting factors that are already there, so no potentials, but that are already there. The comment functions are quite seen positively. The dialogue possibilities on Facebook are better than on Instagram. I'm not sure whether this is a compliment, but it is, to some extent at least. And Facebook groups are often functioning communities, many of the participants also outline. And that leads me to the last part, which is the approaches that I promised to give. First, the chances of an externally motivated increase in the willingness of lurkers to participate are, and I have to say that, small. So also given the fact that we saw the huge amount of lurkers, the reasons lurkers have, the platforms that are there in the way they are designed. There is a small potential, but there is a potential. However, situational factors, especially the atmosphere of the discourse, can be addressed, and reactions can be measures on the part of Facebook platform itself, as well on the part of those responsible for publicly accessible areas on Facebook where discourse takes place, like the comment columns under posts by new media and so on. And these are necessary to combat phenomena such as hate speech, discrimination, and cyberbullying, would lead to a better discourse atmosphere. Actions can be, of course, something that can be also seen very critically. Algorithm-based filters specified for these aspects. Good conflict management. Then very important, comprehensive community management with moderation. Gratuities to motivate and mobilize previously more passive community members. Second last slide. I will not read all of that, but it's a statement that kind of is in favor of the lurkers and is trying to rehabilitate the lurkers. So usually the group is kind of seen negatively because they're passive, they're not really participating within the online dialogue. But it has, of course, also positive aspects. First of all, they're limiting the growing problem of information overflow, of course, in a surrounding of fake news that we all know. So not everybody can participate. It would even enhance that problem there, and so on and so on. So the question here is, should we really motivate everybody to participate, or is it necessary, so to say, to motivate everybody? And Mahler, that you also see here in the statement, is in favor also of social reading and social readers, not just contributors to the online dialogue. And the last part is that some are interesting things that also lots of our participants mentioned, that Facebook should really try to implement or change in the direction of platforms like Reddit or Yodel. The participants of our study said there is really negative discourse atmosphere. There's usually balanced, constructive discussions that are happening there. Users are more, they can be also not, but more anonymous. They join interest-based groups more easily. And also the groups are usually smaller, or at least you can see how big the user group are, and also decide on the group size, whether you want to join the group or not. And in addition to that, both of the platforms have have a point system that rewards users for participation. For example, if you do helpful commands, then you receive karma points and so on and so on. And the platform ranks you higher as a user if you contribute to the dialogue and to things like that, and gives you also more rights. So you can also take then moderating roles and other things, which creates a surrounding that is more constructive in the way of open and not restricted dialogue. So these two were mentioned a lot of times as positive examples. And then, of course, people mentioned also the new multimedia opportunities when it comes to new platforms like Clubhouse, but also like the copies of Clubhouse that you find now on Twitter, which is Twitter Spaces, and which is Facebook Rooms, live audio rooms, kind of the same, but implemented within the big platforms that could also add a multimedia approach to the mentioned things. Yes, that was a very brief journey through the last couple of years in research. I'm very sure that many of the things are not something new to you, maybe aspects of that, of some of the things, and also maybe there were some interesting aspects in it as well. I thank you very much, and I'm of course willing to answer all the questions and to get in a online dialogue with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Michał. Thank you so much. It was very interesting journey with you, and absolutely interesting topic and very current problem. So for sure, we will discuss more about it after all presentations. Thank you once again. It was a very interesting presentation. Now I would like to ask Dr. Jana Pecznikowa from Matej Bay University in Bańska Bystrica, Slovakia. Dr. Jana is going to present about intercultural competences in media, challenges and barriers.
Yes. Thank you, Katarzyna, and thank you, Michał, for opening session. And it was very nice and I'm just impressed what you did in your research. I'm a little bit from a different field. I'm from culture studies, but it's linked with media as well. So in my presentation, I would like to look at the possibilities of implementation of intercultural competencies in media sphere in terms of different media. So I will use the term media in from a very broad perspective. It can include everything you mentioned and also some other new forms that are still coming. But what's the main aim of my presentation is just to look at why intercultural competencies are important in dealing, working, and also, using media contents while using media contents. So just to start, intercultural competencies are connected with intercultural communication. And I think that media allows us to communicate interculturally, especially now when the world is globalized and there are almost no limits. What's important and what is required in intercultural communication, it's the respect towards communication partners and their specifics. Very important when we deal with the intercultural communication, and I also work with my students, I have to explain them that we should be familiar with different types of culturally determined behavior, which can be the factor influencing how open or closed we are when having a communication with someone. It means that sometimes the cultures are different, even we think that we know each other well. There can be a lot of unexpected and unusual reactions that just can be the result of some communications that happens. Also some media posts, and so I'm just talking very largely about this topic in this introduction. And of course, the communication language, because now we can read, we can use different medias in different languages. So that means that it allowed to join different communication in foreign languages. But I will go back to language in my presentation later. So I want to mention that language is very important. And also, of course, unclear nonverbal communication acts. And when I looked through the program of the conference, I think that many of these will appear in today's session. So you will tell just deeply about this topic. So just to go to the what intercultural competencies means, just to show you what is included in this term. It's very often used, but sometimes I have a feeling that nobody understands what's really intercultural competencies. So I just decided to show you something to know that culture competence is not only about the competence, it's about knowledge, about skills, and about attitudes we should develop when we are dealing with the different cultures. So it's kind of culture self-awareness, culture-specific knowledge, socio-linguistic awareness, and of course some skills we should develop: listening, evaluating, and also patience. We should be very patient when communicating with other culture, and attitudes: respect, openness, curiosity, and discovery. So intercultural competencies is really about personal, interpersonal, communicative, cognitive, sociocultural competencies that should aim or help us to create some relationships, also to be able to apply some strategies in context when we are in touch with another culture, to gain ability to resolve misunderstandings and intercultural conflicts, and to strengthen the ability to overcome stereotypes. This is also in my entitled my presentation that I want to mention some barriers that exist in intercultural communication. But before we go to this topic, I want to just show you that in every culture it's different. So interculturality in media can be shown differently. And also these informations are viewed through different culture codes. It means that we understand if we are in our own culture, we understand the culture codes, but these codes can be seen differently from your perspective, from perspective of other partners. So sometimes it's very important to understand the code, and also this is called culture patterns. So very special culture patterns that, are applied in communication. And if two parties do not understand each other, it's not only because of different language, but sometimes because of cultural differences and different culture patterns that are applied in different cultures. So the problem, what we observe now, I think in different, as I mentioned, in media in a very broad term, especially when we talk about other cultures, it's a kind of cultural distance that appears, and also division, rather than making, communication smoother through using the intercultural competence to understand each other and to be maybe more respectful to the partners, and to understand that there is a big problem of ethnocentrism. I'm not sure how is it in your countries, but I'm talking from the Slovak point of view. And this is why I decided to show you this picture, because these stereotypes, prejudice, and ethnophilism exist in every culture, and they are not used only when we talk about other cultures, but also when we talk inside of culture about different regions. So this is just a picture of Slovakia, where are some stereotypes written. So how we call some people from regions, and how we just label them to be, want to be Alps. And so, this is, sometimes it's nice, but it depends on content. The context and content are very, very important, and should not ridicule members of different nations or even our own nations. This is what maybe...
Jana, sorry for interrupting, but I can still see on the first slide.
Sorry.
I'm not sure.
Okay, I will share again.
Can you share it again? Because you mentioned a picture, and we are on the first slide. So let's try once again.
Yes, so I don't know what you can see now.
First slide.
Still first, second.
And then second one.
Yes, so this is third one.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. This was about culture patterns.
Okay.
And now the map. Okay.
Okay. Now we have it. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Katarzyna. Sorry. I just, I was just talked. No problem. So I'm just talking about this because these ethnophilism are very, very difficult to deal with this, especially when, as my colleague was talking about this respectful dialogue in, let's say, dialogue desert, when we are just using medias or just using different social networks and social media, and we just don't want to obtain the comments. Really, the comments exist, but I mean, just it's a kind of a different kind of dialogue. So what I want to somehow show on my presentation, now I want to go to another slide and I hope it works. Okay. So it's extremely important to stress that attention should be paid to understanding of cultural characteristics and differences of individual cultures and cultural identities. And was very important to mention when members of a certain culture communicate in media, they represent the given culture, especially the way of how the given culture communicates. I have a strong feeling that also in our culture, but I don't want to generalize Slovak culture, this is a big problem. We do not look at the way how we communicate, how we use media and in what form. And maybe the content is very often influenced by just our stereotypes and let's say prejudice from inside. And this is how we create the image of culture also for external partners. It means that if you never heard of us and you will just see some media talking about us very negatively, then you will have an impression that we are just, I don't know who. So this is really something we should care of. But when talking of this, it's not easy. And if I know how to make it easier, I would present it today. I don't know. I will just tell you that following Jan, there are 6 main barriers of intercultural communication. And one was mentioned also by Michael, that there is a fear or anxiety that we don't understand. We have a fear of something new, of new culture. So this is a barrier not easy to somehow overcome because the fear is very strong emotion. Then it's the similarity instead of differences. We feel better if we can find similarity, not the difference. Difference is very difficult to understand for many people. So it's also connected with the fear. Then it's ethnocentrism. I will talk a little bit later. Stereotypes, prejudice, nonverbal misinterpretations, and language. So I will just go very fastly because I know that time is going fast and my presentation is quite long. But I don't want to say it's negative or it's positive. It's just prejudice and stereotypes exist in every culture and it's the most frequent barrier of intercultural communication. The difference is that prejudices are more likely regarded as a type of behavior, possibly preceded by a real negative experience. Stereotypes are viewed more as being neutral and usually stem from a real fact. They help us to understand the world, the cultural performances, and they present a schematic point of view. So they can summarize, schematize, caricature, and standardize difference. Prejudices are usually based on stereotypes, but stereotypes do not have to necessarily become prejudice. This is just a general definition. And what more, these prejudices and stereotypes are connected with ethnocentrism. This is a phenomenon that's easily explained as thinking that your own culture is better than another culture. So what can be the result of strong ethnocentrism? I don't want to say that to be ethnocentric is only negative. Sometimes this ethnocentric point of view can be also presented in different media when you are just extremely defending your own culture, even it's maybe not necessary or it depends on the context. So ethnocentrism is really a kind of culture short-sightedness and preference of own culture that can result to some acts that are sometimes maybe violent, maybe not polite, or it can be in different levels. But this is the risk of ethnocentrism that can happen. And then it's nonverbal and verbal communication. really, this is a topic very interesting, especially when using the online platforms, when you cannot see the partner or you can see partner, or there are some signs shown, and it can also create misunderstandings among different cultures, and just these incorrect interpretations of signs, symbols, and so. No, I'm just going to talk about unsuitable language, because the language and also language used in some media posts, and so this is kind of also, it can be considered as barrier when we do not use really well chosen words to express what we think, or we are just, it's mixed with this kind of ethnocentrism and stereotypes. So this can happen quite often. And what I think is important is just to have a general knowledge of this can happen. And these intercultural competencies should help us to overcome this and to be aware of this, because I think that we should first of all build a kind of cultural awareness in society. And later on, we can expect from people that they will act as we would like them to somehow motivate to do. But what's also very important, and I want to mention almost at the end of my presentation, is that to be a stranger, it's also a culture phenomenon. One culture is what makes you a stranger when you are away from home. And this stranger is viewed as a member of a group who acts in a certain way. It means that this way can be usual for his or her own culture, but of course it differentiates himself or herself from the host group by the act of doing. So the stranger is limited in a new culture by the existence of fear based on the fact that she or he must deal with the idea of being different everywhere. But also he can represent a shock for the environment or public in some kind of his emotional or manifestations, or how he is or she's doing and what she's doing, and also how she or he is dealing with media contents. I think, and again, this is not a very theoretically based approach, but this is what we observe in different social networks, that people can be and can be differently or can work differently in different contexts. And why I'm talking about this? Because we realized a study that is not really only about medias. It was the general idea of our Visegrad Fund project was different. It was about the life strategies of V4 residents in the UK and how the life strategies were influenced by Brexit. But one very important question we asked the people and the participants of our survey that was realized in 4 countries, I mean, just in Slovakia, Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary. We asked them if they follow British media and if they feel the impact of media, I mean the media content, on their life strategy when deciding of staying or just working in the UK or just coming back to countries. So we were just very curious of how the media impact on their decision is. And what we found, I will show only Slovak results because unfortunately I was not sure about the others. So this is what we found with our Slovak respondents. And this is really something what surprised me a lot, that as you can see, only 23% of Slovak residents we responded won't watch or follow British media intensively. The rest do not care or do not watch or follow media in Britain. So they are residents, they live in Britain, they have their life strategies, and the majority of them want to stay in Britain, but they just do not follow the British media. They still keep following Slovak media. That means the content they accept and they just consider to be most important to their life strategies is Slovak context, even they are staying in a different culture. This is very interesting, and I was just asking myself, if we talk a lot about how important it is to understand other culture, how to deal with this when we do not care of, because really in many respondents, they just tell us they are living in the UK, but they don't care of the UK in general. They just say that they cannot do anything, just about Brexit. So they stopped just following the topics. So this is the question, how to overcome differences when we are just, let's say, tired of this contents. And they told me that they were tired of being still under the Brexit topic for years. Now it's, I think, the coronavirus topic. They told me in last research that they are tired of being still under influence of one topic that is just the most important, and it's almost everywhere. So at the end of my presentation, challenges instead of conclusion. I mentioned at the beginning that we should somehow develop intercultural awareness, but very important is motivation to develop it while using media contents. It means that to make people aware while using media content is not easy, and also is not easy in ordinary life. Then it's development of critical thinking and self-development of intercultural identity. It means that a person should want to overcome the cultural identity based on the national identity or regional identity, and to have some intercultural impacts in the identity. Then, of course, it's ethnocentrism and ethnofolism overused in media to influence audience. We say that it's a reality. We can see that sometimes if we want to get some points, we use some ethnocentrical emotions to get it. And then it's shock effect, a never-ending need of sensations. That means that we need still to put a sensation, something that is it's a hot new, and everybody is just talking about. And it's a lack of respect and fairness that is also disappearing from media sphere. So I hope one day intercultural competencies could help us in this sphere. I'm not sure when, but we should try and not just stop hoping. And at the end, I just decided, because now it's very trendy to look at some Netflix, how it's called, televisions. Just like Netflix. So there is a very hot topic, this movie, Don't Look Up. And I wanted to mention it because while preparing this presentation, I was just wondering that this is very nice how to implement the topic of current trends in society into a movie. So I don't want to recommend it. Sometimes it's important to look up. So it's not the title, Don't Look Up, but just look up and we will see what happens. So that's all from my side. Few books I used, but just very few because there are many others. So thank you very much for attention, and I will be open for questions after the next presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Jana. You mentioned to build wonderful bridge between Professor Michael and your presentation. There is no option, there is no way to create dialogue in social media, in media in general, without intercultural competences. So it is space to discuss more. It will be space to discuss more about it after all presentation. Thank you so much. It was really interesting. Thank you for your presentation and for this time. Now I would like to invite Professor Krzysztof Gajtka and Magister Aleksandra Mirek-Rogowska. Both of them, they are from the Pontifical University of John Paul II in Krakow. The title of their presentation is Key Competences in Infodemic, a reflection on the fight against disinformation. Alexandra, are you?
Yes, hello everyone.
Good to have you. The presentation was prepared by both of scholars, Professor Krzysztof Gajtka and Magister Aleksandra, but unfortunately Professor Krzysztof has problem with his mom, who is COVID person now, so he was not able to be part of our event in person, but he sent also greetings, and he used to work with Magister Alexandra, so she is going to present this presentation. The floor is yours, Alexandra.
Well, thank you. I try to share my. Okay, hopefully you can see everything.
We cannot see you. We can see.
Yeah. I have some problems with my computer today. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, but we can hear you and we can see presentation.
That's the most important, I think.
Yeah.
So thank you for the introduction to my today topic. Our today topic is key competences in infodemic. It's some kind of reflection about what is important and what competences we should have to fight disinformation. So infodemic is a term that appeared in regard to COVID-19 pandemic. So it's just the first time it was used in COVID-19 pandemic. So the pandemic presents multi-phase challenges, not only for healthcare system, government in the whole world, but also media. So one of the concerns delivering information about the virus, healthcare to the public. This task is even harder because of failed information that appear in media, especially on social platforms. So digital media has a key role here to spread false information. The World Health Organization refers to the problem of providing communication environment with and excuses of conflicting and often inaccurate information by individuals or groups in online media. Describe this as infodemic, which is an overabundance of information, some accurate or some not, that makes it harder for people to find trustworthy sources and reliable guidance when they need it. So this COVID-19 outbreak has highlighted the necessity for the development of comprehensive online communication strategy to counter false information and their consequences. The Director General of WHO stated that we are not just finding infodemic, we are finding infodemic. So government and healthcare facilities should provide transparent and clear communication with healthcare workers, staff, and public regarding this COVID-19 pandemic and outbreak. So what we should do to fight the infodemic? That's even we have this reliable sources, we have this collaboration between different organization platforms. We still have lots of false information. We still have problems to recognize them. So what we should do to fight them? So first of all, I think we should know why they create fake news. So creators of fake news use certain imperfections of human mind, influence mechanism, and other phenomena describing psychology to achieve different goals. So understanding psychological aspects of how fake news affect people in the first step is the first step to build this social resistance to this information. And so we have here we can see a few elements which are related to why we believe false information. So first of all, we have something like social influence and cognitive processes. So the natural tendency explanations to tendency to give in social influence in uncertain or unfamiliar situation, which we could see during this COVID-19 pandemic. So this is a situation where an individual do not have enough knowledge to make a decision or is not convinced of reliability of information they have. And what's more, this manifestation of social influence is such a situation is a kind of imitation and treating other people's activity as the sources of information. So we have the tendency to repeat or adopt others people's behaviors and views is one of the most characteristic human properties. So another one, we have memory and cognitive processes and something like continuous influence effect, which is really popular. Fake news affected a number of mental activities called cognitive processes that enable a person to perceive environmental, remember, infer, communicate, and make decisions, and also behave. So this type of content manipulates the recipient's cognitive process, causing real changes in their perception of reality, attitude formation, and the decision-making processes. The effect of the influence of false news on memory and decision-making is noticeable even when the recipients realize that the information they previously believed that was true is false. So this phenomenon is known as continuous influence effect and is based on the assumption that the long-term memory stores information regardless of it is true or not. So the functioning of human memory is also it's far from the way of black box recorded. So it's not accurate. It's not accurately records every information that we get. It's memory is kind of mental process of reconstructing memories prone to distortion. So this means that the memory of certain events can be alerted as a result of disinformation that comes from rumors, conspiracy theories, propaganda, or fake news directly relating to the events stored in our memory. So it's easier for us to just sometimes to motivate our beliefs. And next we have also emotions, which fake news that arouse feelings of anger, fear, empathy. In recipients depends, it's make their belief in the false messages. And because it's better to remember, it's easier to see this kind of information, and they are more likely to be spread online because they are noisy. Information stress is also one of the we can say society problem, because we've got information from everywhere. It's like we live in a society that experience a specific form of internal discomfort referred as in information stress. This is the excuses of information that we are unable to process. It also includes false information. It creates states of mental confusion and sense of frustration, which is increasing amount of fake information on the internet. The process of perceiving and processing it requires more and more cognitive effort. It's easier for us to just, when we receive some information, just to, okay, I think it's true, and do not do anything with it. So we do not verify the information. We just receive them and just accept it. So it's also, there is something like natural tendency of human mind in cognitive sparing, which is this strategy usually works when there is lack of availability or an excuse of information that is beyond the capacity of mind to analyze. For example, when we see that our friends on social networking profile publish information that being able to hold your breath for 10 seconds or more without coughing or feeling discomfort means that you are free from COVID. It was very famous fake news at the beginning of the pandemic. So the internet user wants to verify this message very quickly. So after typing keywords into search engine, he immediately receives a lot of results. We do not, which some of them may be unreliable sources or so. So despite the fact that the information is false, it is very present in search results. So the internet user believes that this information may be true or is true, because see that it has a lot of results when he searched. He do not go in the more deep in this topic. He just see, okay, people just talking about it, so this can be probably true. And we have also motivated reasoning and inherent difficulty in recognizing fake news. It's like, it turns out that humans do not have a well-developed ability to detect false information or lies. He may as well just rely on the flip of the coin when verifying a message. This means that the average person is able to identify at least 5 out of 10 fake news stories. So nearly half of them remains unrecognized, can be further dismissed and influence the audience. So human mind has tendency to quickly process information received from the environment and almost automatically consider it to be true. So the only at later stages of analysis, by making cognitive effort, does it decide whether a given piece of information is true or false. We have also this motivated reasoning, which on the other hand is help us to accept and seeking information that confirms our beliefs. So while ignoring alternative explanations, the consequences of this is the mechanism in the context of fake news that is usually used. And for example, this is selective processing and remembering of information, reinforcement of biases, and polarization of views. So knowing this, we should think what kind of competences can help us fighting this fake news. So first of all, we have critical thinking, fact-checking, digital competence, and collaboration. So, we choose this for competences as the most broad ones, and they are linked together So first of all, let's see critical thinking, which is with framework, which is one of the 21st century skills and is considered as one of the goal of education. It is understood as a set of skills and that enable people to take critical actions based on reason and values, but also it can be defined as independent thinking. The two fundamental rules of critical thinking are linked to the promotion of rational arguments, cognitive skills, and dispositions. And also it's related to the idea of critical actions and social activism. Critical thinking requires awareness of one's own knowledge, such as insight into what one knows and the extent and importance of what one do not know, in order to assess information and its implications. So critical thinking and argumentation share core elements like rationality and reflection. The pandemic has raised new and unthinkable challenges which highlight the importance of critical thinking development in promoting reasonable actions responses to the coronavirus disease. Critical thinking is it's also linked to this fact-checking, which is another competences. The fact-checking was known as early as 1920s, when Time magazine New York was employing fact-checkers whose main task was to verify the information gathered by journalists and was if this information was accurate and true. Nowadays, fact-checking is one of the most important skills we need in order to not get lost in the information that flows us from everywhere. So respectively, we can say that manipulation, exaggeration, distortion of facts is typical of anyone who is to gain their own goals and to gain popularity or achieve their goals. So proper verification of information is becoming one of these competences for being better informed about the wide range of trustworthy and untrustworthy information in this information pandemic. So fact-checking focuses on statements that contain information whose truthfulness can be objectively verified. So we can find different tips that recipients can use to detect fake news. For example, we can use some methods, 10-step methods, or 6 tips on how to detect, recognize, and stop spread of disinformation provided by European Union and available on their official website. So these steps can be considered as one of the basic methodologies for verifying information. However, we should keep in mind that everyone should create their own way of information verification that they find the best. So the main thing is always to search for original sources, to know how to search it, to not to be captivated by the emotions and superlatives. This is why we consider more the procedures and methods of information verification that must be constantly updated and adapted to dynamic of rapidly spreading online disinformation and behavior of recipients in the internet. So which is also linked to this digital competency that we should also have. A digital competence is a set of the skills, knowledge, and attitudes that enable appropriate use of technology and system. These key components of digital competence can be summarized in 5 areas, such as information and data literacy. So that focus on the expressing information needs, locating, retrieving the digital data, information, and content. It involves assessing the relevance of the sources and its content, storing, managing, organizing data information and content. Another area is communication and collaboration, which focus on interactions. We have here is also there is the third one is digital content creation, which focus on the creation, addition of digital content, improvement and integration of information and content into existing body of knowledge, while understanding how the copyright and license are to be applied. We have also safety and problem solving, which are another 2 areas. So safety, which focuses on not only on devices, the content, our personal data or privacy. It's also related to our physical and psychological health, and to be aware of digital technologies for social well-being and social inclusion. So in other words, we should be aware of the environment impact on digital technologies and their use. And we have this problem solving, which focuses on identification and of a problem in digital environment and how we can resolve them. So it's also, we can say that the pandemic, this information was some kind of problem that we need to resolve by using also digital technology. And the last one is collaboration, which this is also, it can be considered as a skill or skills, and that enable us to successfully work toward a common goal with others. We say that collaboration is a group of skills, so we include here communicating clearly, actively listening to others, taking responsibility for mistakes, and respecting our partners. So fighting infodemic involves collaboration between social media, news sources, community leaders, governments, organizations, so they can reach people and combat any misinformation. But we cannot forget about media users which cooperate with them, for example, by carefully verifying information, by not sharing in the media the information that they consider as fake news, and also reporting false information that appears in media. So to sum up, so the competences outlined by me before, they are closely related and extremely important in the fight against infodemic. So critical thinking is one of the fundamental skills we need in order to recognize fake news, as well as it's linked to fact-checking with a skill and digital competency, which help us verify the information, find the sources, and just to get the knowledge why this is considered as fake news. All of them are designed to help media user overcome the problems that stand in the way of the fight against fake news. However, not only individual actions are needed here, but also this cooperation. So this cooperation skill on solution is important when we think about the solutions that will improve the process of information verification, a popularization of the true information, and stopping the spread of disinformation. How it helped to develop appropriate activities in the field of information management on both individual and global level. Also, it helps us to create an efficient legal system and new policy regarding content moderation, and of course open the discussion in regards to media education that includes the emotional dimensions of people interacting with digital screens, that teach digital competence and also critical thinking. So today's presentation is only the reflection of this very broad topic, and at the same time, I think it's an invitation for further research. I think it's very needed, especially when we think about how to manage this information on this global level is some part of information management. So thank you for your attention, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexandra. It was interesting presentation. For sure, information literacy, let's say, it is something very needed nowadays. Without these skills and attitudes, we cannot be in dialogue with other people and looking for information. So thank you for this presentation. And now I would like to ask Dr. Aleksandra Urzędowska from the Pontifical University of John Paul II in Krakow. Dr. Aleksandra is going to present about word-forming creativity of a Polish social media user, a social linguistic profile.
Hello, I hope you can see my presentation.
We can see your presentation, and
right.
We can see you, and we can hear your voice, so
right.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. In my speech, I want to focus on strictly linguistic issues, but I will start with a very general introduction to the specifics of the background of this research. So a few general issues that web users want to communicate quickly and with less possible efforts. So the main advantage of social media is their immediacy, both in contact with other people and in development through access to information and ability to adapt this medium to one's own needs. And when analyzing all definitions of social media, it's difficult not to pay attention. So probably the most important parameter in this context, which are the users themselves. This co-creation and sharing of resources as well as the constant relationship between them is, after all, the idea of this media, and it testifies their social character, their social nature. This is not very new information, but at the turn of the first 2 decades of 21st century, a huge range of social media became available. However, research confirms that the Facebook is still the leader in the global market, what was meant before by Professor Reuter. But here I'd like to just add some information about the spread and the range of Facebook in Poland, just to have some background. The data of the popularity and penetration of the internet in the world presented here on the We Are Social website. These are research from last year, but it doesn't change very much. It showed that Facebook is still breaking popularity records among all social media, which is not very revealing information, but this is most famous platform remains the undisputed leader, having over 2.7 billion active users around the world. The Polish language version has been available since 2008, and data presented here also shows that the range is very high. Data presented here may be, of course, a bit exaggerated, but this is caused by the nature of the study. But according to the reports on our country from last year, as many as almost 19% of social media users in Poland use Facebook. And now this is why I've chosen Facebook to do my own research. And now I'd like to introduce Facebook as an area of linguistic creativity, because the internet is a medium open to wide audience, and at the same time is a place of mass creativity, collects linguistic users with different social linguistic parameters. They bring the characteristic features of their own ideologues to the language of the internet, which makes this medium very linguistically diverse and constitutes a very interesting field of observation for researchers of linguistic communication. And I have analyzed few fan pages, which, in my opinion, are representative examples of new type of media conversation. And it turns out that it doesn't lack word formation neologisms, which are sometimes occasional, but always prove the linguistic creativity of the Facebook users. The lexical base collected here in my speech, on one hand, are documentary, on the other hand, are cognitive, and they, I hope, allow to determine what is important for language users in the virtual world of social media. The subject of analyzed performed here is the language used by Facebook users in the time of pandemic. Especially one group of them, people were speaking on various fan pages, so not so much content administrations, but Facebook users themselves. Basically, in each group, the so-called fans can be divided, in my opinion, into three subgroups. First, people who are fans of a given fan page. Second, people who are not fans, often called haters, and random fans, moderately interested in the topic presented, rarely commenting or not commenting in comments. The analysis shows that on average, around 20 to 30 comments appear under one post published on a given fan page. Approximately every third comment is written by people who have commented before. This means that out of 20 comments placed under the post, around 14 are one-time comments, while remaining 6 are statements of 1, 2, or 3 people who are actively participating in the discussion. And before I go to specific examples, a few more words about the theory of linguistic creativity I think are appropriate here. I think that creativity, linguistic creativity, is a type of production, an individual trait related to the potential of a given individual with its ability to produce new and valuable products, as well as the process that leads to the creation of such products. And this also applies to language users. Linguistic creativity is understood by me in various ways. The first one as openness or productivity of the language system. This is it was made by Noam Chomsky. The second one as a creative function of speech manifested in the performative use of expressions. the theory made by Małgorzata Marcjanik. The third one as a creative, or maybe I could even say poetic function of utterance that doesn't fit the Lang plan, and it's above the parole, the statement made by Renata Grzegorczykowa. And the last one as breaking rules and transgressing the norm, also interpreted as determinants of the distinctiveness of the poetic function, or as poetic function in our sense. And this is the statement by Renata Pisarkowa, Krystyna Pisarkowa. The type of linguistic creativity described here is directly related to reflection on linguistic awareness in general, because thinking about such criteria is finally possible to move on to the lexical level of the Facebook language in the range of words discussed here, which users create very willingly. The language on the internet draws from general language, is based on it, but it's also undoubtedly, it has also undoubtedly an influence on the state of general Polish language among the processes related to the expansion of lexis of Polish language and changes in the building of new structures. The mediatization, internetization of language occupy a high position, or here maybe I even could call it Facebookatization of the language. I would like to present here just a few examples of how Facebook users in time of pandemic create word formation neologisms, although it should be emphasized that word formation phenomena in the Polish language are not regular. Unlike, for example, the English language, and therefore the description cannot be uniform, and it is not uniform here. Let me start with the description for examples, just one example of one adjective that has appeared since the beginning of the pandemic, based on the word COVID. This is the adjective covidowy, also spelled or written covidowy with a K at the beginning. It's created by the suffix owy, O-W-Y, which is very productive suffix in Polish. So it's not very surprising that it was used in the formation of possessive adjective based on the name COVID. It was created like the most adjectives with this format, and it is motivated by masculine noun, because in Polish, COVID is masculine. The high activity of this suffix is evidenced by the fact that Facebook and all Polish language users often use it to create new structures. You can compare it to asapowy from asap, or facebookowy from Facebook. And the easiest way to explain what is covidowy is that the covidowy is something that is related, connected to COVID. It's used in a few contexts like paszport covidowy, COVID passport, or kwarantanna covidowa, COVID quarantine, or czas covidowy, the time of pandemic, the time of COVID. And there are much more examples, of course, for it. It appeared in comments in Facebook even before the pandemic started in Poland. It also came across, I also came across from enriched with a double suffix, with the prefix and the suffix, and this concerned the word pre-covidowy with the prefix pre, which means something created before the COVID. It also happened in the comments. In addition to this, only one adjective, I found a lot of nouns, noun forms that have been created. Here are some examples of them. Also based on COVID, noun covidek, created with the noun suffix ek, ek, which is usually found in nouns which are diminutive, as well as expressive diminutive. This is also the function here, because covidek is understood as little COVID or small COVID. It's often used mockingly. Like in this examples that you can see, we can compare it to the for example, synek. Syn is a son in Polish. So synek is small son. Chłopek, chłop, a man, with a suffix ek is a small man or not very important man. So little COVIDs are also COVID, which is not very important. On the basis of the COVID lexem, also interesting, another word has been created from people. It's for to call the people who have the COVID, who had the COVID, who are after the COVID disease, or who are, let me say it in inverted commas, supporters of the idea of the COVID. So it's a mocking name coined by people who believe that the pandemic doesn't exist. You can see both two forms of it. One is singular, the next one is plural. They were both created using the suffix anin, which is connected mostly to name supporters, for example, of some idea, or to people who are in some kind of organization, like Lutheranin, the man or somebody who supports Luther's believings, or Dominican, someone who is a monk, and it's from the Saint Dominic monastery. Also, the group of new lexems were made on the base korona. Korona is simply word in Polish that means the crown. So it was also created more like compounds here. The very word coronavirus is in Polish a compound. That is the word that was created as an amalgamation of two words, corona and the virus, combined together as a syntactic group. And in analyzed material, the largest group consists of composites related to various elements of life that arose in pandemic, which were using only the first part of this compound, so the corona, connected to other words, such like this you can see here. Corona parte, understood as irresponsibly organized event or party during which participants contract the coronavirus. The second one, corona ferie, the holidays or the break in education caused by an increase in infections with the virus. Or Corona zakupy, the shopping, Corona shopping, created at the beginning of the pandemic as a term describing Poles who were maniacally shopping when the first lockdown was announced. And there are, of course, much more examples for words based on coronavirus with this compound corona. We also have a verb, the verb ukoronować, which was created on the basis of semantic derivation, because in Polish there is a word, ukoronować. This is not a new word for us, we know it. It exactly means to put the crown on someone's head, also in the context of crowning of Jesus Christ. But this exact one is about the change of semantic nature. Ukoronować here, in this new sense, means to get sick with coronavirus or to pass the disease to someone else. She, like for example, dała się ukoronować, so she finally got the crown. She got the virus, or po ukoronowaniu już nie boję się tłumów. So after crowning, after getting the coronavirus, I'm no more afraid of the crowds. It's worth paying attention to one more example, which very often appears in examples of the word formation activity of Facebook users based on completely different basis of word formation. Pandemic, the name in Polish is pandemia, as a word base. It's a noun that has formed many adhesions, two words combined into one, keeping inflectional morphemes of the first segment, but devoid of interfixes and other word formation exponents. A good example here is memdemia, memes plus pandemic, memy plus pandemia, which brings to the reality is also extra-linguistic, saying that during the pandemic, more memes were created. The pandemic itself became an interesting social example in creating new online jokes. And you also, just a few moments ago, I didn't give this example on my presentation, but just a few minutes ago, Mrs. Aleksandra Mirek-Rogowska showed us infodemia, the same kind of structure, information and pandemia, infodemia. So also made on the base of pandemics. These are also a few examples. There are, of course, much more. During the time of pandemic, I've seen these three bases: COVID, Corona, the crown, and the pandemia, which were very commonly used by users of internet, users of Facebook. So I just wanted to show that social media users are very creative linguistically. They create new structures, approach language in an interesting way. It provides new material to work on. Perhaps, and I'm almost sure that these new words are only occasionally. They will not be permanently included in our dictionaries, but I think they are worth studying, if only because of the interesting structures. And as you can see, with reference to the measures analyzed in this short speech, here we can talk about linguistic creativity in the narrow sense. It doesn't mean that the word formation and the creation of neologisms by users of social media in Poland is always the same or always occurs to the same degree. And that's all from me. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Aleksandra, for this linguistic perspective. Very interesting. I believe that we can find also in Slovak and in German very interesting examples, new words connected with COVID. It would be great to have a chance also to compare. And I like a lot the new term created by you, Facebookization of language. We will for sure ask you a question during our discussion, because now is the time for discussion. If you have any questions, please, as participants, you can just ask loudly question on Zoom meeting. On YouTube, you have a chance. I'm talking to our students and participants. You have a chance to ask question on chat. And with us is also discutant, Magister Marta Cerkaska, who was listening very carefully our presentation, and of course I'm sure she is ready with a lot of questions. I would like to start maybe with first question to Professor Michael Reuter. I think it's difficult question, but important. I would like to ask about consequences of this spiral of silence. So, what do you think about future and about long-term consequences of this phenomenon? if there will be no chance for moderation, which you mentioned, what will be the future? What can we do with this?
I see. I mean, there are lots of answers, of course, to that question. All of them have a certain potential of becoming a reality. The first thing I'd say is that it's a missed opportunity so far. We could have had the opportunity of a real, more democratic and widespread discussion online about all things, and so far that hasn't become a reality. We have a very distorted situation on the web that doesn't necessarily reflect the opinions of a large majority of people, which is of course the second problem, that many decisions when it comes to political decisions, but also decisions on what media would cover, which means this, double climate that we have in the spiral of silence, is also a problem, because people within the media usually also try to reflect or to transport what many people are talking about and what's the topics of today and tomorrow. With this very distorted situation on the web, and with this very fragmented discussion and dialogue, it's of course very difficult also for the media as for the politics to build on these opinions, or on these more or less majority or minority opinions that you can see. So this is for sure a difficult situation, and the fragmentation of our society, which is a reality in many countries, in Austria, and I'm sure as well in Poland, is for sure becoming difficult for all players. And the need for renewing platforms, and for enhancing platforms, and for also potentially pushing platforms where real discussion, non-distorted discussion, and in a positive discourse atmosphere, as I pointed out, is created. The need is huge, and it is also necessary as a counterpart to what I described before. I know that this is very, very difficult. We all know that medias are not built on such thoughts. Medias are built on success, which has usually to do with money. But I see also, let's say, there is a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, when I look at I know that the European Union is not quite popular at Poland at the moment, but speaking of regulations, when it comes to the big five American players in the field, starting with Google, Facebook, and so on, then for sure I see that the European Union is the only institution on the globe that is really doing something. I know it's very difficult. It takes a long time. It is there is a lot of pushbacks. There is a lot of lobbyism, but still, the Commission is, and also the Parliament, not only the Commission, but also the Parliament, are doing a lot of things to regulate the companies and to also give the web a certain structure. I know that can also and should also be discussed critically, in the sense of do we want to limit this free space that we created? But of course, freedom without any borders is not easy to have, and also democracy.
Not freedom anymore.
Is not freedom anymore. Yes, and so there is a need for certain limitations, and there is a certain need for regulations, and I'm hopeful that there will be more in the future, and every year, let's say, the Commission and the Parliament are releasing something, doing something, and trying to fight also the domination of a couple of companies that is dominating not only the online world, but also the discussions in the online world, of course, because their structures and their applications and their software is the foundation at the moment for a lot of people. So that's my opinion on that.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope that will be something done, because if not, we do have platform of communication without dialogue, which is, let's say, very sad. So thank you so much for this comment. Pani Marto.
I would like to thank for this very interesting presentations, and I have one question to Magister Aleksandra Mirek-Rokowska, who mentioned that kinds of competencies, fact-checking, critical thinking, digital competency, I think these are all soft competencies. And my question is that would you agree with me that it is needed to train this kind of competencies, and schools or universities or other institutions which organize training of soft competencies miss this part?
Thank you for this question and comment. I think, yes, I agree that it should be teach in schools, because digital world is around us and we are part of it from the very beginning. Let's say even children just know how to use the telephone, the mobile phones, the computers, usually tablets. So they should be prepared how to use it. Why it's also it's the opportunity, but also why it's dangerous for them. So they need this digital skills, but also they need to be teach how to think, how to verify information, how to search for information, how to so the critical thinking it's also very important. So the schools usually sometimes forgot about it. So it's very important to start to teach them how to use it, how to think critically, how to check information. It should start in school, and also it should be continued because it's always changed. The digital world change day by day. So we need to teach. We need to learn all the time this skills. So yeah, thank you, and yeah, I agree with that. It should be constantly learned, and it should start also in school and at university later.
Lifelong learning.
Yeah, that's right.
Key competences.
Yes.
Piotr, do you have any question? Because you have your hand right. You are mute, so please.
Okay, so now I can speak. So, dear friends, really, I would like to appreciate all your thoughts and ideas. Thank you very much for all your inputs and participation in this conference. Very, very much. So, how shall I start? Well, ladies goes first. So maybe Jana before Mikael, if it's fine. Jana, you mentioned a lot about Slovakia and the context of Slovakia, and you talk about multicultural aspect, multicultural communication, and in the multicultural communication there is a concept of cultural shock. So the shock that is a long process that allows people to kind of to back off from the society that they are living in, especially when they are migrants. So this is the thing that was explained by Oberg to us, and well, that's what we have. But now, since you talk about Slovak communities living in Britain, then do we see this something similar in the context of virtual world, that they are also somehow culturally shocked and they come back into the Slovak ghettos? What extent do we see that? Yeah, so that's the thing. And Mikael, so thank you once again, and I think that we like the European Union very, very much. So we are really friends of European Union as much as we can, and we hope that the European Union will love us. as well as we do love them. So, but talking about the Facebook desert, I really was thinking, and it's perfect, beautiful image that grew into our minds of the desert, Facebook desert that you go. But I thought about the safari maybe more. So safari is a way of going. You go somehow, you don't see the animals, but if you go, you might receive these extra points. And at the end of your talk, you brought these ideas of karma points or these instant reward points, Reddit and Yodel. And are you not afraid that this kind of system might lead to this big brother idea that someone is there on the top and evaluates, or we create an algorithm that evaluates this at the end? So we always promote certain thoughts and certain ideas in our as the idea. So we get into the trap of wishful thinking, in other words. So that's these two questions. And thank you once again.
Maybe first Jana.
Okay, thank you, Piotr. I think your comment was just very, you covered so many topics. So I will just say, and I will try to connect the presentation I listened to, that the culture shock can be also seen in virtual sphere or space when you look at the memes that were mentioned by Ola. Because, on the memes and on the pictures or just on the posts that are made by different cultures, you can get some kind of culture shock. What is allowed in one culture is maybe forbidden in another one. That can cause some problems as well. And what we say in Slovakia now is that the Facebook is dead and the Instagram is the future, and this kind of platforms that will be just the verbal part will be just less developed than the visual part. For the young generation, just the visual content is very important because it's faster. You just look at the picture and you don't need to read. This is something what we observe now in our society, especially when I talk with the young people and young students. They just tell me that Facebook is for old people. They still read. But for the young people and young generation, they comment using emojis. They are just not so, it's verbal in this. So I want to ask maybe also Mikael and Ola what they think if they found something in this topic. This is quite current. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me answer this first because it fits. We are also doing a lot of research and also going through a lot of data globally. And what we see the last 15 years, it's not a secret. All the platforms that hugely gained users were all audiovisual platforms, starting with Snapchat and Instagram and TikTok. And so all the exploding, so to say, platforms when it comes to usage are audiovisual platforms. The question is, to me and also to a couple of others that around me, researchers, is there a natural end to that? Because we cannot be more visual than we are now. We're almost not doing anything anymore on social media without any pictures or videos. We're almost not writing anything anymore. The probability that somebody is clicking on the more button on Facebook is like 6% or 5%. So if you're writing more than 2 or 3 sentences, that you're out of the picture. So that leads us in a very interesting direction. And the question is, where does this end? I'm not a philosopher, I cannot tell. But speaking from the usage point, it's almost impossible to transfer some information because the format. We all know the medium is the message to some extent, as McLuhan says, and there is a limit. So we know that TikTok cannot transport certain information because it's not transferable through the format. Same with Instagram. Dialogue is not really possible on Instagram. This is also something I mentioned. It would be in theory on Facebook, which is not the case, but it would be. So the question is really what happens next. I'm also very interested in your opinions on that. To answer the question of Piotr, of course, I was joking when I said the European Union is not so much liked in Poland right now. I know we all know that there are always lots of sides to situations, but the reception of Poland is at the moment like that, and of course I'm not really following the public reception in the news and believe that everybody is now completely contradictory and opposed to the European Union. Of course not. This is of course not something that would be very, very would make sense. But coming back to your question, you asked whether we go on a problematic path, so to say, when we take a problematic path when we try to limit or to regulate something that is not regulated. I mean, the problem is that what we see now is that with no regulation, first, it doesn't work either. We had enough time to try. We saw like 10, 20 years almost unregulated media scene on the web. And the second thing, of course, is that it's also a myth that it's not really regulated. It's just regulated by companies and algorithms, and not by governments and organizations. And this is the problem. So I think we already have some kind of regulation that is just not transparent. When I talk to people that are into data protection, they tell me that half of the things that Facebook is doing is illegal, and the other half is intransparent. I'm also not an expert on that. I cannot. It's just hearsay. But seriously speaking, I think that we should try to regulate to some extent. Of course, it has to be a very, very careful try. And it, of course, has to be there has to be a lot of discussion, and there has to be a lot of evaluation within every step, not to take the wrong path or to overdo it. But I think institutions like the European Union have a good chance that they to succeed, because they are not following just the interests of a specific country or a specific party, but more or less the interest of all of us in Europe. So I'm confident that there might be a way.
Thank you, Dr. Alexandra. You raise your hand, so we are waiting for a question.
I wanted to answer to Jana's statement. I totally agree that we are going back to the age of the pictograms now. And from the linguistic view, I also totally agree that Facebook is for old people, as I talk to my students. But when I see their comments, their statements, I can see that they want to shorten everything they are trying to put into the social media, into the Facebook, for example, using two simple ways to do it. To put the hashtag before the word that they use just to link it to other comments, to link the content with other content, or they use acronyms. There is abuse of acronyms now. I can see people are using acronyms constantly, all the time, and this is the way that they react. They try to shorten, to think economically of the words they are using. And I also have a question to Mrs. Aleksandra Mirek-Rogowska. In your opinion, do you think that we can talk about something like fake-demia today? Will you agree with that?
Yes, I think it can be also some. I think we can tell that we have something like fake-demia. It's very similar. I think it is info. It's maybe not infodemic, because infodemic is like a link to information, both information, true and false. But fake-demia, it's linked only to this fake news, fake information, which is really, we can find them everywhere also. And they are really hard, especially during the pandemic. We could say that we have something like fake-demia. So we have lots of information related at the beginning, and even now they are related to vaccines, to the COVID, and we have more information. We still have something like a situation where we need to check out. We need to check information related to how the various how it developed, why we have pandemic, or if we have pandemic. We still have information that pandemic doesn't exist. So it's like, yeah, we still have. I think we can say that we have something. So this situation is also some part of fake demic, like Ms. Alexandra said. So.
Thank you, Alexandra. Do you have any more questions? Please raise your hand. Marta, Pani Marta.
Yes, I have a question to Dr. Aleksandra Urzędowska. I just want to ask, do you think this new formed words will rest in the Polish language for a long time? Maybe, I would say forever, maybe not forever, but for a long time, or will it disappear when the pandemic will end? I hope it will end soon. So how do you think about that?
I think that as long as the pandemic time lasts, we will have words connected to COVID, to the pandemic, to the coronavirus. But I think that these are just occasionally forms, which are today and will not last forever, because people like to create new words connected to some current topics. When we have, for example, presidential, there was new president in Polish to be elected. We had many new examples of the words where there was European football games in 2012. There were about hundreds new words, which don't exist now. So I think that after the time of pandemic, we will just remember a few of these occasionally new words that are created now.
Thank you.
Do you have any more questions? I don't see. So now there will be a break, and I'm really, really sorry, because my dream is to go for lunch with you now and have a cup of coffee together and just talk. And I really hope that in the next edition of Media for Men conference, it will be possible, and we will spend a lot of time just talking between sessions. So now there is a break for lunch, and each of us, we need to prepare it by ourselves, such a situation. The second session will start 1:30. The head of this session will be Dr. Aleksandra Urzędowska, and we will meet. We have more than 40 minutes break. And we will meet on the same meeting. So you can just stay and just took off your camera and mute yourself. We don't change link. This is the same link, the same Zoom meeting for the second session. Thank you so much for very interesting presentation and for very good discussion. And I'm waiting for the second part of our conference soon. So have a nice break, and we will see in 40 minutes. Thank you so much.
There's 1 minute to go to the next session, so let's wait 1 more minute to begin the second session of our conference. I hope you had enough time to drink some coffee and rest a moment between our sessions. On the second session, we will have 3 presentations. The first one from docent, Dr. Teresa Franczakova. I guess I spell your name in a good way. If not, please introduce yourself. It's okay. Great. Okay. Great. Thank you. From the Catholic University in Ružomberok in Slovakia. Then we'll have a presentation from Pontifical University of John Paul II, 2 lecturers, Kamila Romczy and Anna Teller, and then Mrs. Marta Czerkaska, also from Pontifical University of John Paul II. We also have our discutant here, Mrs. Katarzyna Radwańska. I can see you here. Great to see you. Okay, so don't waste time. Let me pass the voice to Mrs. Franczakova with her first presentation. How do liberals call conservatives? Lexical analysis of media texts. It will be for sure very interesting. Can we hear you? Yes.
Okay.
We see presentation. Yeah. Yes. Thank
you. You can see my presentation. Okay. Thank you, dear colleagues. I greet you warmly from the Catholic University in Ružomberok. I'm happy to be among you again at this traditional conference of our Krakow friends. In my presentation, I will analyze the expressive lexicon used in the liberal Slovak media to address the conservatives when they write on topics from the so-called culture war. It is part of my extensive research on how liberals see conservatives and vice versa, what characteristics they attribute to each other, what motives of action and behavior. I use a very interesting attribution method for this. Today, however, I will only talk about my lexical semantic analysis focused on expressive words. How liberals call conservatives. In conclusion, I will compare this with how conservatives treat liberals. In the research sample, I had 307 texts from 2 Slovak liberal dailies, Daily N and ZME, collected for 13 months from July 2020 to July 2021. I collected only opinion texts, i.e. editorials, columns, and other genres of this type, written by both internal and external authors. Almost half of the texts were expressively tuned, significantly more in the ZME daily than in the N daily. I divided the expressives into 3 categories in terms of content: phenomena, groups, persons. In each category, I analyzed expressions in 4 groups in terms of lexical classification, irony, attributes, names, metaphors. The orientation of the diaries to the individual categories of expressions were relatively even, about 40% in each category. In the category of phenomena, I included expressions related to social and political phenomena in general, ideologies, culture, and ethical issues. And the most frequent were conservative concerns on various cultural and ethical issues, LGBT agenda, pro-choice propaganda, gender ideology, cancel culture. Liberal journalists criticized these fears as unfounded and exaggerated. The second most frequent phenomenon was Christianity, which journalists criticized as regressive, fundamentalist, invasive. From a linguistic point of view, the most common in this category was irony, in quotation marks, with particles, or arising from content. Frequent attributes include a large set of words from the repertoire of liberal terminology designed specifically for conservative topics.
I'm very sorry for interrupting you, but do you change the slides? Because we can only see the first slide still.
Wow. Mm-hmm. I think it's a problem. You cannot see the only slides in like this.
Maybe you can try to maybe like this, or you can also try to.
No, we can see another one. So
yeah, we can.
Yes.
Yeah. You can also try to put it on a full screen and then maybe change.
Because
this is okay
when I start the presentation, you cannot see. In this mode, you see. So I will.
This is okay. Thank you.
So this is the fifth slide. From a linguistic point of view, yes, the liberal repertoire of terminology. We have there terms like fanatical, ultra-conservative, ultra-radical, ultra-Christian, fundamentalist, bigoted, clerical, medieval, demagogic, fascist, clerical, Nazi, neo-Nazi, sexist, hateful, transphobic, homophobic, dogmatic, etc. In addition to these expressions, I have recorded adjectives and names: furious, primitive, monstrous, beastly, crazy, strung out, infantile, wandering, far, censorship, darkness. I also write them in Slovak because expressive words are quite difficult to translate into English. In a group category, there was a similar incidence as phenomena, about 40%. I have included generally understood groups of people here. The most common were the faithful and the church, followed by conservatives and conservative politicians. Other groups were minimal. There was a little irony in this category. Names and attributes dominated. In addition to the typical ones I have already mentioned, ultras, radicals, etc., there were, for example, crusaders, Talibans, Catolibans, Pharisees, preachers, ignoramuses, lunatics, hypocrites, mossbacks, warlocks, witch burners, God's spokesmen, God's warriors, apocalypse riders, bushleaguers, clumsy, primitive, perverted, stupid, fooled, pious, illiterate. Sometimes a modern progressive twin was used, bigot men and bigots men and bigots women. In Slovak, bigotky, bigoti a bigotky. I don't know how it is in English, this twin. I also recorded in almost 40% incidence in particular people. In this category, I distinguished between distant, unknown or dead, and close, known and living people. Liberal commentators wrote almost exclusively about the second ones. Among them were, in particular, the Slovak Minister of Labor, Milan Krajniak, whom they call a crusader, because before entering politics, he had a blog, The Last Crusader. Member of Parliament Anna Záborská was often mentioned because she presented a pro-life law on abortions. Priest Marian Kufa, who opposes the Istanbul Convention and has a very expressive vocabulary, is also a popular target for liberals. These people were referred to as ultra-conservatives, fundamentalists, bigots, etc. In addition, dim-witted, vulgar, tragicomic, stubborn Holy Willy, insane, mad priest with savior syndrome, liar, niemand, racist, kamikaze, charlatan, caricature of Christianity. I did a similar study on the opposite topic, what conservatives say about the liberals, presented at the Slavic conference in Yekaterinburg last year. Now I present a comparison. Liberal media were more expressive. The conservative ones were more moderate. Conservative columnists spoke expressively about phenomena, then about the groups, and very little about specific people. even for the most part about the unknown and the dead. In conservative media, intensity of expression declined. And the most pungent and emotive ones were addressed to phenomena. Those about groups were milder, and those about people the mildest. I didn't not notice such a tendency with the liberals. They were equally emotional and aggressive in all of the categories. Among the examined media, liberal and conservative, we can distinguish more aggressive, more emotional ones, and moderate, more sober ones. In the liberal sample was the more expressive Daily SME. In conservative portal Christianitas, this portal is often described as less serious and professional. On the contrary, the liberal Daily N and conservative Daily Postoj and Standard are serious and moderate. The names and attributes used in the liberal and conservative media can be divided into 5 categories in terms of topic: religion, stupidity, hatred, immorality, and radicality. It is clear that liberal commentators associate their expressions most with Christianity and the church. Conservatives are considered by them stupid and hateful. Conservative expressions were mostly related to the ideology of liberalism, the left, and progressivism, which is only to some extent comparable to religion. And they also blamed the liberals for stupidity and dullness, much less for hatred, and more for immorality. Thank you for your attention. I hope that these brief summaries of my research findings have been understandable to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for an interesting speech focused on lexical aspects. On society, on Slovak society and societies in general, I think. Thank you very much. I can answer for your short question here. I don't know the word in English, but in Polish we also have bigoci, so we totally understand you. And now I'd like to pass the voice to the second presentation on this session. Mrs. Kamila Rączy and Mrs. Anna Teller, Ethical Boundaries and Communication Potential on Creativity in Digital, Reflections based on the TikTok Holocaust Challenge and famous hand signal. We can see the first page of presentation, but can we hear the lecture?
Yes, of course.
Right.
Thank you for information that you can see our presentation. I will start. Good morning. It is a great pleasure to meet all of you at the 4th International Conference, Media for Men. And we would like to present a cohort of 2 researchers. It is Kamila Rączy, my colleague, and me, Anna Teller. We prepared for today a presentation about creativity, ethical boundaries, and communication in digital. The structure of this presentation is very simple. As you can see, aim of our presentation is to discover creativity in different ways, shows its potential and threats, and invite you to discuss about role and need of ethics and communication in digital. Creativity is one of the top 5 competencies of the future, as Natalia Hatalska says, and that's why we would like to raise this topic. And digital is new normal as we think and debate about mirror world and metaverse from these days. And since we said Facebook is dead on the first session, we can dedicate our speech to TikTok with a clear consciousness. So TikTok, it was launched by ByteDance, which is a Chinese internet technology company, in 2016 and dedicated to foreign market year after. that young platform that dynamically gained popularity among young people. And when I'm saying young people, I mean Generation Z, aged below 25. TikTok is a space to spend time and express yourself in totally new ways. It's very pioneering, and other platforms are starting to imitate this style. For example, Instagram. There are 1 billion active users per month, as we can see, and there are some predictions that in this year it's gonna be 1.5 billion. TikTok has a 7th position in the ranking of the most popular social media in 2021 and defeated Twitter, Telegram, Reddit, Pinterest, and Snapchat in monthly active users. The average time spent on TikTok per day is almost 1 hour, and average session time it's circa 11 minutes, which makes TikTok the most engaging social media application available today. Platform mission is inspire creativity and bring joy. And TikTok allows users to create a profile, follow others, like somebody's content, and make comments. And what is special, TikTok is also a tool to create and then share videos. It's a short videos, maximum 60 seconds. This application has given rise to a number of young social media influencers. TikTok has become a space for digital creativity and also digital communication. Creativity theory is complex. There is a creativity economy, creative class. We can consider creativity as a competence, tool, process, or part of a very new digital mindset. Ideas and creative thinking are becoming more and more important nowadays. Sternberg developed a model of main elements that contribute creativity, which was intelligence, knowledge, thinking style, personality, motivation, and the environment. And that digital is an extremely conducive environment full of inspiration and transfer of ideas. Theory of communication is connected with Castells and his theory of mass self-communication in a networked society. In digital, there are many kinds of communication like emoji, comments, shares, likes, GIFs, memes, and so on. And nowadays, there are many ways in digital of approbate and disapprobate, inclusion and exclusion processes. We can communicate in general. We can select whom we are communicating with, and we can do it in groups or privately. We can delete or edit or even make something visible just for a moment. It could be for fun or for serious topic. That's why TikTok is maybe, and for this moment is, one of the best social media platforms for corporate announcements, as well as for private purposes. TikTok users communicate in many different ways through videos, music, narrations, comments, private messages, sending cards, and so on. Creativity in TikTok is revealed through ideas, challenges, music, and formats. Different formats, of course. Despite critical voices, when used wisely, we as a society agree that digital communication is an extremely useful tool. It shortens time and space, enable instant and quick responses, remote work, and social distance learning. Communication, especially digital one, required certain skills and competences. But first, let me say a few words about our methodology. We choose observation, participant observation, as a scientific method because it makes it possible to pose hypotheses, research questions, and even some diagnosis. Social media are a dynamic area of human presence, reflecting current trends, tendencies, problems, and indicates upcoming challenges. Definition on the slide, I mean 2 definitions even, explains why we decided to choose also a case study. It is a useful tool for investigating and searching for explanations that can cope with complexity and subtlety of digital reality. And I need honestly admit that for this moment, this work is just research contribution, but it might be developed. And a challenge in social media is a kind of game or repetitive situation, people watching someone and imitating what this person does or says. Often it goes viral. And Holocaust Challenge started in late August 2020, and TikTokers have shared clips of themselves with the fake injuries, wearing specific clothes, and they have used POV format. It means point of view, which is a popular concept on TikTok. It's about showing a situation that unfolds in real time, where the viewer feels like they are right there in the room watching as it happens. In that case, in the case of Holocaust Challenge, it was even escalating drama. Young people played the role of concentration camp prisoners, and saying that they are in heaven, told us in detail how they died. Okay, I can hear somebody else, but I think it's a mistake. Quite often in the background of these short stories, there was a song by Bruno Mars or 21 Pilots. It is hard to say anything about reach and amount of videos like that because TikTok banned this challenge. There are some questions that I would like to ask. You can see it on the slides here. In the context of digital creativity, we can notice virality, like spreading virus, and spreadability, but there are also situations that someone or something have been banned or deleted from time to time. And that's why I can suppose that creativity in digital has boundaries and limitation. Another question is about who set these boundaries, but this is a question for another time. I believe that ethical boundaries and ethical protection have key role to play nowadays, and ethics against downplaying and distortions, ethics as a catalyst for social awareness and protection of what is socially important. Holocaust Challenge generated official statements from Holocaust Remembrance Organization. This trend starts debate about explicit Holocaust denial, including issue like trauma porn, distortion in digital, and creativity freedom. And of course, sparked outrage among some TikTok and Twitter users that criticized this challenge very quickly and even helped to ban this trend. And another interesting side of the situation is motivation of users, creators, and authors of Holocaust Challenge. It could be a bit surprising and maybe a bit ambiguous. Let me show you just one selected TikToker motivation, and let me highlight these parts, which is spread awareness, share out to everyone the reality, and share my Jewish grandmother's story. And Museum, as we can see, statement here, asked to not shame those who participate in this trend, but rather treat it as an educational challenge here. Some researchers also warning that Holocaust Challenge is perhaps one of the first examples of a truly user-generated content, a viral one, about Holocaust memory. And pressure to remove material or hiding them, exclude the Holocaust as a subject from digital space and TikTok domain. It becomes out of bounds and possibly then out of minds. And I hope this may shed new light on this case and requires, of course, further development. And now I'm giving voice to Kamila. Please continue our presentation.
Thank you, Anna. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Maybe a few words about Signal for Help. 4th November 2021, the young girl sat in the passenger seat of a silver car traveling on Kentucky interstate and operated to be making hand gestures to other cars, reported by the media in the United States. Another driver recognized the hand gesture from a viral TikTok video. Now it means the girl was in a danger and immediately called the police. When the silver car stopped, officers from the sheriff office were waiting to arrest 61-year-old man who was charged with kidnapping, unlawful imprisonment and possession of matter portraying a sexual performance by a minor. What is TikTok signal for help? Paraphasic outwards or their fingers carried around the tongue. This simple gesture, resembling a closed fist, led to the recent rescue of 16-year-old girl who had been reported missing from North Carolina. How it started? The gesture was created by the Canadian Women's Foundation in April 2020 as the pandemic left many isolated in their homes. As people had fewer chances to interact with others or be seen, the organization saw a need to find others' way to signal distress. The Canadian Women's Foundation led the social isolation measures during the pandemic, would make it more difficult for victims of abuse to reach out. The signal for help is 100 times the foundation that anyone could use on video call or elsewhere to silently show they needed someone to check in. To make the signal show in your palm, as if you give a high five, then tap the thumb and lower the fingers over it. By July 2020, about 1 in 3 people in Canada knew about or had seen the signal used, according to public opinion polls. According to Paweł Senior, the president of this foundation, this new reality requires new method of communication to help those facing gender-based violence. Over the past year, this gesture took on a life of its own in the viral TikTok videos, where users raise awareness about the signal, acting out scenarios in which women made use it show are in danger. And now we would like to invite you 2 minutes of TikTok instructional video about this simple gesture.
It was nice to see you again.
Yeah, great to catch up.
Oh, can you share that banana bread recipe?
Oh, sure. It's actually my mom's banana bread recipe, but it's pretty foolproof and it's super easy.
Well, I appreciate it. I know your mom is a great baker, so I should be good.
The trick is to grease the pan really well and use overripe bananas. That's my mom's tip.
Okay, good to know. I can't wait to try it. So thanks again for the recipe.
Then some TikTok creators got wind of the hand gesture and began sharing it widely. On video publishing on October by 2 feminist activities showing people how to use this signal generated over 600,000 views. Maybe a few words about creative users and potential of TikTok in communication. Discrete hand gestures, signs, and codes are not new when it comes to women's safety. For years, people have developed ways to covertly ask for help, from printed flyers to coded language. However, innovation in technology continue to change the landscape. Technology and social media specifically are having a major impact on crime, as well as public awareness of victim assistance. So the story of the TikTok rescues in Kentucky teenage girl in the public and law enforcement are sharing information widely. If used it right way, it can be very successful in finding out more information and even helping those in need, as this case has shown. Hilary Passel-Siscon, a professor of strategic communication at Pontifical University, states the role of technology is keeping victims safe should not be overlooked. We found ways to transfer intimate knowledge to people in specific situations. She said, maybe it is a tale as old as time, and now we have TikTok instead. WHAS 11, this is American TV channel, local channel from Kentucky, said, we think that digital media, TikTok, it is a wonderful tool. Now the story has been put out. He said, we think people will use this universally as a distress signs, and that is great. Something good comes out of all of this. Conclusion and reflection. The Communication Media acts as a channels for linking different computing devices so that they may interact with each other. Contemporary communication media make communication and data exchange easier among a large number of individuals across long distance, maybe via email, teleconferencing, internet forums, and many other forms of communication. In general, we need media and digital education in school as soon as possible. Digital competences exist and must be developed, like critical thinking, which will be very useful in Holocaust challenge case. We call for building awareness of ethical limits, understood not as bans, but a form of protection against what is harmful. In specific, Holocaust challenge is just one phase of what some call trauma porn on TikTok. There are other examples that includes user role playing victims of the tragic events of September 2001 or victims of domestic abuse, or imitating how George Floyd died begging policemen to stop pressing down his neck. There is necessary discussion taking place within the Holocaust education sector about not only online Holocaust denial, but Holocaust dissertation. There is a need to have a lot of gentleness in evaluating and looking for ways to educate it and develop a sensitivity. Users on TikTok are allowed to express themselves creatively, but not shockingly, because they are not alone. The Foundation's promotional and communication activities in social media and the creativity of TikTok users create a message for new knowledge about the mechanism of defense and rescue online for people of all age. The next user of media message can be constantly updated with new information important for health and even life. TikTok users, by recording or sharing their own version of videos with them of violence and potential traits such as kidnapping, have created a new important and creative tool, maybe valuable tool, to transmit knowledge about threats and education on how to prevent violence and rescue. Every social media user can become a creator of valuable written and video messages that can save another people's life. A person's online activities can also have a dangerous side. Lack of proper knowledge about the dangerous and reckless actions can make people potential victims of kidnapping, for example, by meeting strangers on social media. And last, this is very important to communicate it properly and know where to use your creativity to avoid becoming victim. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much for a paper consisting of two parts, both related strongly to creativity, which was very interesting, and which is probably related also to our next speech, which will be made by Mrs. Marta Czerkaska, podcast as a medium for scientific and specialist content creators, study of the competences of Polish podcasters. We are waiting for the presentation. Yes, we can see it. Could you please check if you can switch the slides to be sure at the beginning of your presentation?
Okay, I will try.
Click on the second one, for example. No, we can still see the first one.
I see, but I am trying and nothing happened. Maybe I will try once again.
Okay. We can also try with the full screen.
I'm trying. Please wait a minute. And I am now changing the slides.
Okay, we can still see. We can see that you. Oh yeah, that yes, is the second slide.
It works.
Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you. So let me give you the voice. And
thank you so much. I'm pleased to invite you to my presentation, the topic of which is a podcast as a medium for scientific and specialized content, and the results of my research on the competencies of Polish podcasters. At the beginning, I would like to present the roots of the word podcast in the media and research space. In 2004, the website of The Guardian published an article by Ben Hammersley in which the author describes podcasting as a new phenomenon in the media space. This article is thought to use the word podcasting for the first time in history. The author of the text points to three components that allowed podcasts to appear in the media space, and they are first, equipment that is available to everyone. It is MP3 players. And second, sound production software that is cheap or free and also is available for everyone. And the third, a way of communication on the web that has become entrenched in media culture. It is web blogging. Hammersley, in this significant article, cites the statements of people who were already creating their own podcast at the time. These creators primarily point out that podcasting allows anyone to be a broadcaster and publisher. It is an activity that gives the freedom to create and publish. When considering what a podcast is in the context of communication theory, it comes to the mind that it is a kind of radio, but not in its traditional form because it is transmitted via the internet. However, there is no daily schedule in the podcast, and all content is available daily and at any time. Looking at the characteristics of radio and the internet, according to Dennis McQuiles, we can see common features between these two media, which are the foundation for podcasts. The features that should be distinguished for both media are flexibility in content creation, free access, and potential for participation in creation and interactivity. I would like to highlight three more features, these in green color, that describe the nature of radio, which have also become features of podcasts. It is relative freedom, and this is a feature that has evolved in the case of podcasts, as the creativity of podcasters is, I think, it's not limited by anything. And the second is content diversity is the hallmark of podcasts. And personalized use, podcast recipients use them when they want and to the extent that is most convenient for them. When researching the podcast market in Poland, it is worth paying attention to which categories of podcasts are the most popular. According to the website podcast.info, this is the list of the 5 most popular categories. In the first place is the category of society. In this area, there are podcasts about matters related to societies such as, for example, human rights, climate change, inequalities, pandemic. The second place is occupied by the education category with podcasts about learning, for example, for foreign languages or teaching school subjects, or about learning soft and hard skills. They include also lectures by professors from various universities, which indicates the possibility of using the podcast as a teaching tool. And the third most representative categories is business. In this category, we can find such subjects like law for entrepreneurs, ideas for business, introductions on how to start a company, and many original podcasts from experienced entrepreneurs who share their knowledge. I conducted my own research on the competences of Polish podcasters in the scientific and specialist category. The aim was to learn about the podcaster competences in terms of knowledge, experience, and skills. I have hypothesized that most of the science and specialist podcast authors have a high level of competence in these three terms. I indicate the following criteria in the selection of research. The first criteria is topics of the podcast covering various fields of science or other fields with distinct specializations. The second criteria, a podcast run by an individual person or more, but not by institution. And the third, a podcast does not apply to the activities of the company if which the creator is employed, but may relate to the activities of the company whose creator is the owner or co-owner. Because my goal was to research only independent creators. An analysis of 130 randomly selected podcasts found that most of the creators of these podcasts are individuals. Companies as creators of their corporate podcasts came second. In this case, the podcast has become a kind of branding tool. The third place was taken by a group of internet portals that considered podcast as an additional channel of communication with their recipients. And the next place in this list are radio stations for which podcasts have become a complementary channel. Podcasts complete the radio schedule, while a radio broadcast can be played repeatedly in the form of podcasts. And the next two categories are public institutions and universities. A very interesting phenomenon is that universities have found in podcasts a tool for spreading scientific knowledge, also in the form of lectures, which is an, I can say, additional didactic tool. And the last category of authors is the press, which also finds podcasts as additional communication channel. Let's move on the results of research. on the competences of specialist podcasters. As many as 71 of the 130 podcasts concern scientific or specialist topics. And using the rules for calculating the competency index created by me, I obtained a result that 41 out of 71 authors had a high level of competences, which confirmed my hypothesis. Please take a look at this table presenting a sample of 20 podcasts studied. As you can see, the subject of podcast is the subjects are very divergent. You may be tempted to say that almost from every area of life. Please pay attention to the professions performed by the authors of this podcast. There is no doubt that they are experts and professionals in their area. The conducted research leads to the following conclusions. The authors of scientific and specialist podcasts have high competences to create valuable content, which confirmed my hypothesis. The competences of these podcasters result from their education and professional activity. Since the group of specialist podcasts is so numerous, podcast is a very attractive medium for publishing specialized content. And podcast is a medium that does not require high skills in sound production. And I also looked at podcasters' arguments that would explain to whom they are targeting their content. Here are some of them. For those who want to know more, are looking for additional practical knowledge, for those who themselves cannot speak or their voice is not heard enough, it's about human rights. For people who want to start a business in a given field, for those who want to learn something, for example, a foreign language, and for those who need inspiration. These are just examples of these arguments. And as you can see, podcasters know very well why they are doing it and what they target, who the target is. It can be said that they have a deeply rooted sense of kind of mission and willingness to share knowledge. And to sum up my lecture, I would like to try to answer the question whether a podcast is a medium for men. Based on the research and observations carried out, I can say with certainty that a podcast is a medium for people and serves people. Taking the example of scientific and specialist podcast, I said that creating valuable content does not require a lot of technological knowledge, but require high competency. The higher the competences of a podcaster in a given field, then the more valuable the message from the podcast is. Podcast is an companion medium, which means you can use it to do other things. Using a podcast does not engage the recipient attention completely. The recipient can divide their attention between the podcast and other activities. This makes it easy to access and receive. And the availability of content published in new media, which is created by qualified authors, is a great value in modern times when we struggle with disinformation. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for a very interesting speech, for a very interesting presentation. Anyone can be a creator, you've said on your presentation. This is very good sentence for us. Thank you all for your all statements and all your speeches. I can see that our speakers are very well organized, and we did not exceed our speaking time, and therefore we have a little more time for our discussion. So let me begin our discussion with finding the keys to all the speeches in this session. And the key, in my opinion, is creativity. I hope you will agree with me that this is what we are talking about here. I have a few questions, and I will start with my questions for speakers. The first one to Teresa, I'm very sorry. It's Teresa in Polish. You mentioned the prefix ultra several times. It also appears in Polish language, and I wanted to ask if in Slovak it has similar meaning, because in Polish it always exaggerates a given word. When the word is good and it's before a word we put ultra, it's much better. When the word is worse, the bad word, that means something bad, and we give ultra before it, it's much worse in the meaning of it. This is the first question. Do you find it the same in Slovak? And the second question to you is, you gave us this division at the end of your presentation, expressive versus moderate. Do you think it's better for us to give expressive opinions or to moderate them? Are we free enough to give expressions, to be expressive in the internet, or should we be more moderate? So these are my questions to you. I will maybe ask all the questions, and then I will ask you to answer them. Question to the second speech, to combine these two important elements that you were talking about, so creativeness and communication. Is the TikTok, in your opinion, creative communication medium? Is it the only one medium that gives us this, that makes us think of media like creativeness and communication combined together? Can we think about them together, looking on the TikTok? And the second question is every challenge in social media ethical? Can we talk about ethics when we see the next hashtag challenge with something? I'm not sure about it. What's your opinion? And my question to Mrs. Czerkaska, have podcasts today, in your opinion, replaced blogs? We spoke earlier in the first session that nobody wants to read anymore. So maybe listening is new reading today when we are looking for specialist information. What do you think about it? These are my questions. Thank you. Maybe I will ask Teresa.
Thank you for your questions. About the prefix ultra, I think it is the same in Slovak language. Ultra is more good or more bad. And in this context, it was always more bad. Ultra conservative, ultra radical, ultra, I don't know. It was mean that it is more bad. And it's connected with the second question, because I don't think that expressive is bad. Expressive words are words with emotions, and they can be nice and ugly, but in this context of culture war, the expressive words was used always as bad words in the negative connotations, and the commentars, columns with these words were more aggressive, more with attack to another person who was criticized, and this I see negatively. So I think that there is some connection between this kind of expressivity and the professionality of the medium, because the less professional medium the less qualitative offers were more expressive in this kind of sense. They were more aggressive.
So expressiveness, when it becomes aggressiveness, it's also the question of the ethics of it.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
The question of how the person is in nature, I think.
I agree totally. Thank you very much. Can we ask Mrs. Kamila Ronch or Anna Thaler to answer the second questions?
I can answer for the question about a hashtag and if its challenges are ethical and digital at all. Thank you for that question. It's very challenging, and I think that we all need to have some pre-consciousness when it comes to digital and authenticity, as long as we still have problems with truth in digital, because we live in a post-truth words, I think, and my colleague Alexandra Mirek-Rogowska said about this on the first session about miscommunication, misinformation, and fake news and critical thinking. I think we all need this also when it comes to challenges, when it comes to fun and entertainment in digital, because mostly, I guess, it's only guessing. I have no research for this statement, but I guess that most of young people, I mean very young people, looking for entertainment and fun, and actually the media education is very important nowadays, and we need to teach each other to be consciousness about the content in digital media, and teach how to protect each other when it comes when it comes to fun, to entertainment.
Yeah, I also think that sometimes we are looking for factors that we have to consider when we want to judge, for example, something on the internet. So we have to be educated to do this. That's for sure.
I would like to say something more, because I remember that I was mentioned about the motivation of users, and it's also very important, because sometimes it's very, like you said, it's very easy to judge someone, but it's hard to think about motivation of somebody else's activities. So it's also very important to be open-minded when it comes to digital.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
will Mrs. Kamila Ronch add anything?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
I think it is possible to link communication and creativity in digital media. I think this is a very widely topic. With people working together, we can look for different ways, of this collaboration. And I think that media communicates different contents, both creativity and communication. It all depends on knowledge and skills people. So I think that media education is very important in this place. And I think that central, maybe major impact in this way.
Of course, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'd like to ask Mrs. Czerkawska to answer my question.
Thank you for your question. In my opinion, the first media which replaced blog was Instagram. And when appears a podcast, it is another kind of media, but it is a kind of cooperation with blog, because I have observed that bloggers or creators, after publishing an audio, they also make a transcription of this content, and they publish it on their website or blog. So it is also in the form of text. So it comes firstly to the audio form and then to the text form. So I won't say that podcast replaced blogs. It is in a kind of cooperation between them.
I've made this question based on my own experience, because earlier when I wanted to find some specialist information, I was looking on blogs. Today I'm looking to podcast to just to listen to something which is specialist and which brings me a new knowledge. So that's why was this question. Thank you very much. I can see that Mrs. Radwajska has some questions for you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the voice. So, welcome everybody. And, I'm really appreciate for your all speeches. It was really interesting. And, I'm also very happy that the areas, the fields of your research were very different. So I think it's very fruitful for all of us. And first, I will let me please share some reflections and give you some questions. First of all, I would like to thank for our Slovak guests. It was really interesting, your presentation. I'm only regret that it was so short. But you mentioned at the beginning that all of your research includes also another points of looking at the conservatives and the liberals. So could you tell us if the same reflection, if the same conclusions are exported also on the visual aspect of the printed press, which you talk about? So this is my question to you. And the second question I would like to give to the second speakers. So it was really also very interesting. My reflection is that the trivialization of the history is really widely spread among the young generations, and even I can share my own experience, because when I was in Turkey during my Erasmus program, I could see that on my eyes that some young generations, some university students also try to have this kind of Nazi challenge by making pictures and putting on their Facebook profiles with this very famous Nazi sign. Maybe I want to explore to show it now, but I hope you know what I mean. But my question is, did you collect any data about the geographical position of the TikTok users who took part in this challenge? And also you mentioned a very important term, very interesting term, the trauma porn. Could you explain something more about that? And my third question and the last one, I would like to send to the last speaker about the podcasts. So as I said, yes, of course, it was very interesting. And you mentioned that only 3% of the general podcasters come from universities. Do you think, and it is like, I guess it's very interesting for all of us who try to make research, that do you think it's that podcasts are sufficient tool for adopting and generally to popularization of the science, which is our general aim of science? I will be very, very thankful for your answers.
Okay, I will begin. Thank you for your question. But what do you mean as visual aspects? Pictures, videos?
Yes, pictures. Yes, in the printed press, because you mentioned you researched the press, right? So yes, maybe pictures, maybe some, I don't know, another visual aspects.
No, in my sample there was no visual part, because I aimed on genres of commentaries and other kinds using opinion, columns, editorials, etc. And these genres are without pictures and without photos, without videos. It's on the editorial pages in the press, and there are no pictures, only cartoons and caricatures. But this I didn't include in my sample. Some of them I used for illustration in my presentation, but it was not from my sample.
Okay.
Text materials.
Mm-hmm. But at the beginning, you told us that your research is, maybe I don't remember very well, but you say that you try to see how liberals see the conservatives. So maybe in this way you could give us more information.
Yes, it's quite another part of this research, because it's an extensive huge research by the attributive methodology about what characteristics attribute the conservatives to the liberals and liberals to the conservatives. How do they see their opponents, their motives of doing what they're doing, thinking what they're thinking. And this is another large part of the research. And the second part is this linguistic, lexical semantic analysis about expressive words. So the more big part about attributes, I have no prepared and for this time.
I hope we will have an occasion to meet again and listen about other parts of this very interesting research. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and when it comes to our question, thank you for asking that, Katarzyna. Thank you for asking about specific data. And I'm sorry to say, but for sure, it was very popular in USA, but I'm very sorry to say I didn't have any data. I didn't made any data collect because unfortunately or fortunately, this challenge was banned. So unhappy for me, I couldn't, because I wasn't even following this trend when it was happening in last year, 2 years ago. So I don't have any specific data, but I know that in USA it was popular, and it shows us that in digital area there is some ephemerical features. That we can see some trends, some tendencies, and suddenly they disappear. And that's why it's very important to follow it on the time, right on the time. And when it comes to another question, which was very challenging about, and is very challenging, and it's very, it's a very, oh, sorry, I didn't, sorry, I was hidden. When it comes to trauma porn, it's very interesting tendency. I mean, interesting in a research way, because it's not very interesting in a human perspective. It's treating our life like a show and showing that cataclysm, and so. And that situation, which is from our lives, that aren't very, how to say it. Okay, let's stay with that examples, death or cataclysm, and looking for them as a show. But this is somebody else's life, and treating this part of life as a show, as a you can see this combine of these words, trauma and porn. So we can say it's a pornographic way of thinking about somebody else's life and traumas. And it's not, oh gosh, sorry, I again hidden myself. So in that case, it's very interesting, oh gosh, Camila, maybe you can help me.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you. And you mentioned a few examples of trauma porn, and maybe by examples we can explain this phenomenon, which is not so which is important, of course.
Trauma. This trauma, this porn is form of showing human misery in this media. This is a terrible phenomenon, in my opinion, and I think opinion of all people, because young people especially often fail to put boundaries on material post online. This is getting worse and growing. The example we mentioned, it is users role-playing victims of the tragic events, of September 2001, or victims of domestic abuse. Maybe other example will be imitating how George Floyd died, but in policeman. Everybody, maybe young users in not only TikTok and maybe Instagram remember this time. And what's I think about it, here again I would refer to media education and the work of teacher educators to help operated programs, maybe not only for teaching, but also for prevent to communicate these values, these important things in human's life.
Yes, and I would add that we need to distinguish information feature of media and do not go through the sensations and to seek for drama and tragedy, because it's unhealthy in my opinion. So thank you for that question, Katarzyna. It was very important comment and question.
Yes, thank you for your answer. It was also very important, and I must be honest that I didn't heard about this phenomenon, but as you said, it is very interesting only in researching area, because in the human perspective it's strange, unfortunately, but in this case, I hope that everybody can be creator in the social media and this cyber world. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm the last. Thank you for your question. Let me repeat, if I understand well, is the podcast sufficient tool for popularize scientific content? Yes.
Yes.
So, in my opinion, no, it's not sufficient tool. I think science needs more than just audio channel. It needs, of course, video, of course, articles, or also text. But I think as the podcasts become so popular, it is so important that there is also a place for scientific subjects. And it is important that science institutions, not just universities, but generally universities, see that this is a good way, the good channel to communicate with their students, but not also because it is available for everyone. So everyone can use and can use and listen all of this content.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for your answer. In my question also, I wanted to touch kind of, I don't know if it is phenomenon or not, but I guess we may all observe that there are some few self-called scientific people who tries to put any comment in the scientific area. Do you think it's a good idea, or maybe there should be any limitations in this case?
I think it's hard to limitate anything in new media. I think it's important to pay attention who the person is. This was in my lecture that we need to think about that who the person is. Where did this person get his knowledge? And if it's a scientific institution like university, I think it's a good to listen this person. But I think this is this part in which we should pay attention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally agree. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions here for our speakers? I don't see.
If no, I have an announcement. This is not a question, this is not a comment. Of course, I would like to thank you for these presentations. A lot of interesting topics and thoughts, and there is material to prepare article and to prepare another conference, which is good. Of course, there is last word. It became to Dr. Urzędowska, who is the head of this session, but if there is no more questions, I would like to ask you to start third session at 3 p.m., if it's fine with you.
Okay, so we changed the time in 10 minutes earlier. Okay. Thank you. If there are no more questions, I'd like to thank you once again for all your speeches and creative discussion. There's one question that comes to my mind, but this is a question without an answer. Where is the limit of the internet? Do we have the limit between the creative?
Maybe this is the topic for next Media for Men conference with question mark at the end.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. We are waiting for the next speeches in the first session in 13 minutes, so we have just a short break to get some coffee or something that you like to.
And we are on the same meeting, Zoom. We don't need to change it.
So just turn off the tones and the video for a few minutes, and see you again at 3. Thank you again, and see you later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
now it's time to give the attention and the floor to Dr. Natalia Haas. And well, Dr. Natalia Haas, as already was mentioned, represents Franciscan University of Steubenville, USA, Austrian campus, and she will address the use of social media as a challenge for children, a psychological perspective. So we're looking very much forward.
Thank you very much, Piotr, and thank you very much for the invitation from the organizers. And I would like to welcome everyone to my presentation. I will just start with sharing the slide. I hope it's working. Okay. Is it visible for everyone?
It is. It is.
Okay. Thank you very much. As Piotr already mentioned, my area differs a little bit from the previous speaker. It goes more towards the direction of psychology, and to be more concrete, the use of social media and the challenges we today encounter for children and also adolescents. So I would like to begin at the very beginning, a short overview what we will cover today, just as a situation. The current situation, then shortly benefits and the risk of children, then the understanding of risk and including certain specific dangers. We don't have, unfortunately, it's a very broad topic to cover all the dangers that we have nowadays and challenges. And of course, how the parents could be or should be involved. It's an open question to keep the children safe. So there are certain open questions for discussion. So I would like to start my presentation in just showing how does the situation look today. So just to have an overview in percentages that how many children have cell phones, and that most of them are also internet users. Tablets are also in some way popular, and well, you see, the children like to have all those social apps, social networking, and also you see that how much time they spend on average a day with social apps, social media, which is not little.
Dr. Natalia, we can see still only first slide.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Well,
oh, now we can see percentage. Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Thank you. So technical issues. So just giving you an overview to have a picture in your mind how much the children spend per day, which is not little, 7 hours and 38 minutes. So, and how much entertainment the children receive through the access to the social media. And if you go age-wise higher, you also see the students 100% have laptops and are in need of laptops, right? So the young generation is very well equipped with technological appliances. So just for the beginning, I would like you to look at the picture and can you identify any apps you know? Some of them might be a little bit older, some more recent. You see how many icons are for apps. It's just social media. I mean, I know. Would you like to identify some of them? Maybe Dr. Drag, do you know some of them?
Yes, Dr. Drag, Katarzyna Drag. Natalia Haas is asking you.
I can ask both, Dr. Drag.
We can answer, for example, that it's WhatsApp, the first one, so we know a little bit.
and then we then what we have Snapchat, and then we go to the
Google
Plus.
Well, Google Plus, but then we have Twitter, and then we are missing our favorite because we are old. We are dinosaurs to a certain extent, so we are missing Facebook.
Yeah.
Well, excuse me, it's not anymore Facebook. It's being renamed, so it's kind of a new name, META. So, yeah, but you see how quickly things change also in the area of social media and things like Twitter, Instagram, Google+. It also enters the vocabulary of young generation because they make verbs out of it, like Snapchatting, Facebooking, Googling, and so on. It was just to make you aware that how many icons, how many visual things are present for the children on the internet. Now, what social media are they using? It's an interesting overview. So the first four, you could see on the bottom that it's an Edison research from 2014, but still MySpace and is a little bit old app for usage. But the first, if you compare it to 2022, the first four apps, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Google+, are still very active today. So the first four ones are still very used by the young generation. And just the percentage-wise that you recognize that Snapchat, Pinterest, Twitter, and all those, that it's not just the use of one social media, but all kids tend to use multiple social medias. So what are they posting? What kind of content do we have? So it's a very visual aspect for children in their development. And so, of course, the visual, the picture, it's number one. Just to recognize that children nowadays are craving for certain social recognition, social praise. They're in their development starting from very early age. They're trying to find themselves, and the external input is very important for them. So here you have different ages. Also, it's categorized by gender. And you see also, just to have an overview, what kind of information they would like to share with the public. Because it will help us to understand later on with what kind of dangers and benefits we also are dealing. So coming to the next point, benefits using the technology. Internet is not absolutely bad, so there are some certain benefits. As to the developing of the children, for example, socializing with other children, sharing with other children, also learning and building certain skills. Social education and educational skilling is very important. Now we have we look into the future of having online education very much developed, playing also together different games, family contacts, communicating, phone calls, and sharing the family environment. It's very important for building relationships, sharing different creative outputs, and also it brings together family members from different parts of the world, and also helps professionally, makes professional outputs also very, very easy. But dealing with benefits, we also have some dangers, and here you can have a look at them from the psychological perspective. And as I told before, the children really try to define themselves. They're craving for some positive feedback, especially from their peers. Starting from the primary schools, the peer evaluation becomes very important. And so they use the social media as a certain feedback. So this is one aspect. And if a public rejection, the public recognition turns into a rejection, it certainly negatively impacts the development of a child and puts certain doubts and also questions, which then brings us into the question, how can be parents involved in the education of children regarding social media? Then looking forward to my next slide, I defined for this presentation certain types of risk, which are commerce, content, contact, and cyberbullying. So some of them are very well defined, but we can just quickly go through them. Commerce, children are exposed to different spams, different spyware, identity theft, because they receive a smartphone at a very young age. So as a means, they also exposed to they exchange emails, they exchange different information. They also can perform certain actions through different apps. And so the question of the safety, because it's very often spywaring and malware that's being basically copying your personal information, like the location, for instance, or where you are. It makes it very easy for another user to locate the position of the child or the first name, last name, or which school the person goes. It gives access, as much as it makes easier for parents from one side to tracing where the child is. It also gives the access if somebody hacks the phone of the child to know where the child is. So it's a big problem of security. So another problem that appears is the content. All the advertisements, from being violent to very sexual, pornography, and all kind of illegal downloading, and different games that being publicized on the internet. And I just will mention the MoMA challenge, which brought, meaning a suicide challenge, that was brought on different apps and advertisement on the phone, and challenged over thousands and thousands of children in 2019 and 2018 to perform self-harm. And especially in Colombia, the teenagers, it's a study case that was performed to study what happened to those children. And in Colombia, they took on the challenge. They got threats for their family members, and the teenagers didn't deal well with that and committed multiple suicides as well. A lot of children went this way, killed themselves in 2018 in Colombia. So then I go to another point, which is called grooming and sexting, online friends. It's very often then the children can receive different messages. Grooming, it's for those who would like, the outsiders who would like to establish a contact with a child for the purpose of sexual abuse. And then sexting that contains sexual messages. And we are in a time where sexual abuse, children are being very much abused and their trust, especially for those who are good experts and know how to approach the child and establish a relationship. So it's very important that the children be monitored with whom they're keeping their relationship. What do they communicate? How old is the person they're communicating with? And it's important that the children have a trust into the caregiver and trust the information, so that, because it's very easy for the unknown person from the outside to manipulate a child. Children are predisposed to trust. And this is a natural inclination of a child. So, and there is a certain language, which unfortunately, if the manipulator learns, it's very easy to manipulate a child, building a trust. It's enough to know that the child is lonely or would like to play or would like to share something. And that's unfortunately what survey says a lot of child abusers use as a first step. Then I moved to something which is unfortunately very present in the school system nowadays. It's called cyberbullying. And this is from a previous survey, just that you have an overview how many children are impacted by cyberbullying. So this is a survey from 14 primary schools and different medias that it's used through the phone, it's used through the Facebook, it's all those social apps. And you see how often it happens nowadays. So, and I would like to move on then to my next point, that cyberbullying is protected. In a sense, cyberbullying can break the law. And we see more and more situations in the countries where a law must be established to protect the childhood, to protect the children. So, for instance, one of the cases we studied is that an 18-year-old girl from United Kingdom was sentenced to 3 months in a young offender institution for posting death threats on Facebook. And one of the problems that children too often struggle, especially minors, in the primary school to differentiate the reality from a fantasy. And very often the propaganda, what they see on their counter in advertisements, on the phone, in the television, and in social media, they often believe it to be true. And then those threats of death that came in this particular case in the United Kingdom, Unfortunately, the impact that the parents were not involved and did not really define the line of what is permissible and what is not. Then, of course, sending sexual photos on your phone or computer is a criminal offense. And the police will always investigate such cases, or tends to investigate. The reality of cyber or digital cyberbullying is that it can be traced. Anything that's digital nowadays can be very easily be traced. So if it's really occurred online, then there are means for it to investigate. And what I would like to focus on, that it's very important that the parents are involved in helping to find the child a situation, to solve the situation or address the situation. And I just listed the very important points for the parents, how to deal with such a situation and to discuss it and to find together the solution, also to involve the necessary institutions. It's important not to react in anger and cause more damage to the situation. There are also technical possibilities to contact the provider, remove and block, also to change the phone number, and then so on and so on. So there are means that can be taken in advantage and can be helpful to protect children. And what else can we do? As we see, in order to teach our children how to seek feedback from genuine sources. Feedback is something that children in a very early age are in need of. So to supporting them and praising them, but also telling what is good and what is wrong, it's very important for the identification of the child. So the parents are the first source, should be at least the first source for trust, for building trust. The parent should be the first source for building friendships and the first source to build the self-esteem. And then, of course, the child itself, it's very important that the self-esteem comes from the child within. So it's like a mutual buildship, I would say, from both sides. The society, of course, has a big impact because the concept of popularity is very strong. Peer evaluation, popularity, recognition from adults, it's very important for the children. And I would like then go to the engagement of the family and to engage in a very meaningful conversations between children and parents. Also not to be afraid or have the feeling of shame to address counselors and appropriate professionals. And also to explain to the children what is true friendship, what is the meaning of engagement, and also to explain the value, what's so valuable in a relationship, and to that understand that technological items are meant to be as a means, not as a mere purpose. As a means, I mean, it's a means to establish a social relationship. It's not the relationship itself. So the engagement of the family is very important. And I just wanted to show you what are the other parental concerns in this very broad area, that a lot of parents are worried about how much adversities can learn about their kids through the behavior online. For example, violence, and how the online activity might affect the future, because it's, as much as it helps to build relationships, it takes away the time for focusing on the homework, on the main tasks, reading, and other aspects. And 60% of you are worried about their kids' reputation online. And I would like just to conclude that there is no easy solution to the challenges of children in their relationship to the social media. And there are certain struggles, how on one side to limit the damage, but on the other hand, to encourage the growth with social media. And from a psychological perspective, it's very important for that the parents are involved in their children's social engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Natalia Has. Thank you very much. You really put the finger on the right issues, and in the communication, especially in the communication that is connected for the younger generation. Wise people were saying today the children means that the next generation, the generation that is growing, is how the environment will look 1,000 years after us. Such an impact the generation could have. So thank you very much for bringing these issues. And now we're moving to the last presenter of today, the last but not the least, to Dr. Katarzyna Drach, and the Pontifical University of John Paul II in Krakow, our dear director, and a person for Spiritus movement behind this conference very much. So, importance of nonverbal competencies in network communication, Dr. Katarzyna Drach.
Good morning, good afternoon once again. I'm here with you for all day, and it will be last presentation. First, I need to ask important question. Can you see my presentation and can you hear me? Thank you. Okay, I'm going to talk about nonverbal competences in network communication, as you can see. And my presentation concerns the problem of communicative competences, or more precisely, nonverbal competences in computer-mediated communication. Plan for the... Okay. Excuse me. Okay.
Yes.
Now
yes.
you can...
And now put it out there and make it bigger.
Okay, now you can see it. Yes? Am I right?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your feedback. Okay, so I'm going to talk about non-verbal competences in computer-mediated communication, and plan for my presentation is first, let me remind you of the definition of non-verbal competences and the components of this communication. Next, I will describe the trends in the development of computer-mediated communication, and later I will show the significant differences between two forms of direct and mediated communication. I'm going to do it in the context of non-verbal competences. It will be case study of video conversation, so it might be even case study of our conference. And finally, I will point out the need for research and the awareness of new scopes of communication competences in new technological conditions. For obvious reason, my presentation will be short, but I hope I will be able to highlight the main points of my presentation and come up with some conclusions. First, a few words about nonverbal communication and nonverbal communication skills. Nonverbal communication consists of the actions and attributes of human beings together with the use of objects, sounds, time, the space that have especially shared significance and simulate meaning in others. And because nonverbal communication helps clarify the nature, the meaning of verbal messages, it also fulfills meta-communicative functions. So nonverbal signals can edit to, negate, accent, regulate, or even replace verbal messages. They are integral part of total communication package. What kind of components of nonverbal communication we can mention? First, it is kinesis, kinesthesia, kinesis, and kinesthesia is the study of body motion, including expression, including gestures, what I'm doing now, including eye movement, posture, rate of walk, and different kind of moving, body language. Face expression, it's easy. It is everything what we are showing using our face. Paralanguage, paralinguistic includes and vocal signals such as how words are spoken and the impact of vocal variations. Proxemics, it is the use of space and use of distance. Proxemics consist of territoriality, interpersonal distance, arrangement of space. So we have few components. Haptic includes an exploration of different kinds of touch. Artificial communication and appearance, it's easy to understand, involve the significance of clothing, personal adornments, beauty, height, etc. Olfactics, it is the study of the sense of smell. Eye contact, it's easy to understand. It is the way how we communicate by keeping eye contact during our conversation. And chronemics explores the communicative value of time, how we use time and how we communicate using it. And we use all of these components every day in our everyday communication because non-verbal communication, it is part of our everyday life. Talking about non-verbal communication competences, when we are talking about it, we need to mention three components: skills, knowledge, and attitudes. All of these we need. So we need knowledge, skills, and attitudes to be effective in our communication. And traditional way of improving nonverbal communication competences includes paying attention to nonverbal signals, paying attention to cultural differences, being alert for inconsistent messages, matching nonverbal behavior and relationships so they are compatible, monitoring our nonverbal behavior, recognizing that we vary in our abilities to encode and decode nonverbal messages. It is as easy as it is, but our communication environment becomes more and more complicated. Now it becomes more and more popular communicate online. We're using computer-mediated communication almost every day. Not only we as adults, but also children, they are doing this, and this is their everyday experience. And for this, we need to realize that we cannot just simply transfer non-verbal communication competences from face-to-face contact to computer-mediated contact. We cannot do it because it is a big difference between these two styles of communication, between these two ways of communication. Nowadays, computer-mediated contact, virtual world, it's a part of our life. It becomes more and more popular, not only in informal situations, but also in formal situations. So at school, at the university, at work, during the conference, as now. And we should understand consequences of this nowadays trend. And of course, there is a lot of consequences, but I would like to focus only on non-verbal part of this communication, non-verbal competences. As I mentioned before, it is myth, from my perspective, it is myth that we can transfer our skills, attitudes, and knowledge in non-verbal communication from face-to-face communication to computer-mediated communication. And this myth, it can be, it can bring very negative consequences, especially for children who don't understand what's going on and who are still in process of increasing communication competence. That's why I think that they need our help, they need media literacy, and they need, as Dr. Natalia mentioned before, support from family, support and full of understanding and knowledge from their parents, from their family. Now I would like to focus for a short time at a video conversation case study. As I mentioned, I treat it as an illusion of face-to-face contact. On one hand, which is absolutely obvious, this is very useful. It's difficult to imagine how it would be during the pandemic without computer-mediated communication. So it's no doubt that it has also good impact And there is very needed tool in our communication. But on the other hand, it might be good when we using this properly and when we understand differences between. So when we are aware that we are in this kind of communication now, and it means something. It brings consequences to our life, to our communication, to our relationship. So let me, for a moment, compare components of non-verbal communication competences. Compare it with computer-mediated communication. Case study of video conversation. First, kinesis. It is very limited in video conversation. Observation of the other part's body movement is limited to the screen size. So you can see only my arms, my face, and a little bit of my gesture, but only a little bit. And we don't see, for example, legs, we don't see body posture, etc., etc. So it is limited only to the screen size. Second component, eye contact, which is very important. One of the most important non-verbal signals. It is completely impossible in video conversation. We can see each other, means that I can see Dr. Natalia, I can see Dr. Jen now, but we have no chance to keep eye contact, which is very important part of our non-verbal communication. Why? Or we look at someone with our eyes on the screen, but the interlocutor cannot see that we are meeting his eyes, or we look at the camera directly. We create an impression that we keep eye contact with somebody, but we are not able to see somebody's face at the same time. So it is absolutely illusion of eye contact. There is no way to have eye contact. We can only observe each other, but no option for eye contact. For us, which is absolutely one of the most important non-verbal signal, it is impossible. Paralinguistic, it is possible, but very often we cannot speak fluently. Very often the microphone distorts our voice. We need to wait. We cannot interrupt each other. We are not very natural in our conversation because we need to take under the consideration technical side of our video conversation, of our virtual meeting. Proxemics, so using space as a way of communication, it is possible, but it is possible only partially. Why? We only see part of the space around the interlocutor. So you can observe my background, we can observe our background, but it is only one part of our space. What is very important to be aware, in video conversation, there is no border between public and private space. In face-to-face communication, in our everyday communication, there is a huge gap between. I am at the university, I'm during the lecture, I'm in the office, I'm in tram, I'm on the street, or I am at home. I'm in my kitchen. During the video conversation, during the computer-mediated communication, there is no difference between these two spaces. public and private. So you are now, in some sense, in my private life, in my room, which is why it is important, why we should realize that it is important and be aware. Because sometimes we show more that we can share with people. And we cannot say, okay, that was not true. It happened. Sometimes we can share our space and it will send information which we don't want to send, the space around us. For example, I will show mess during the lecture. It's not nice, but it is way of communication. I will share my kitchen. I will share what is around me. So we should ask question, what to show on the screen? What will that mean? Which background should I choose? Should you choose an artificial background? Blur your background? Or do you have an official background, like, for example, Dr. Zhen or Dr. Drong? You have books, so it is kind of official background, nothing very private, yes? But we should think about it. At the very beginning of the pandemic, I did my research about it. What people were showing during video conversation, Skype conversation in national TV. It was amazing, really. They were sharing screens with politicians with private rooms, with all these details around. We should remember that this is meaningful. This is way of communication, non-verbal communication. And we should also take care about children. Haptic, there is no access, absolutely. So this channel is with no option, no communication. The same like olfactics. There is no access during video conversation, but who knows, maybe in the future, we know that huge IT companies, they are working on this kind of communication with using touch and olfactics. What else? Artificial communication and appearance. It is partially possible. So we are ready for our presentation. And I believe that all of us, we were thinking what kind of clothes we should put today. But on the other hand, very often we met this situation, and for sure our students also do know what I'm talking about, that here on the screen we have nice shirt, but on us there is also pyjama, but we cannot see it. So this is also a way of communication, yes? And very often it's like only this part is official, the rest it's not. This is also way of communication. This is non-verbal communication. And we also should think about it. And what else? Chronemics. It is possible, but with obstacles. We are not such natural in our video conversation to use chronemics in a natural way. So usually we know when we are going to start. There is a lot of people, so we need to start online. We need to wait for somebody. This is not such natural way of communication like it might be during face-to-face conversation. And I'm going to conclusion. Since media-mediated communication has become an important part of our lives, it should also involve research and reflection on new patterns of non-verbal competences. Because we have cases, we have problems which we haven't had before. There was no such a popular way of communication like computer-mediated communication. And reflection on this topic will allow us to build knowledge, to build skills, to have attitudes needed for effective communication in new conditions. And this is the main postulate and main conclusion of my presentation. So thank you so much for your attention.
Very, very, very impressive. 2 minutes left, but still we will use these 2 minutes very valuably for our conversation. So thank you very much, Dr. Katarzyna Drak. Thank you, Dr. Natalia Hans, and thank you, Dr. Jan Zajrek. Thank you very much for all this communication expertise. And well, we will have now the professional discusser who would address the questions. And with us, we have Pani Magister Aleksandra Mirecka. I don't know whether she is with us.
Yes, okay.
I can
be seen a little bit.
That's what I wanted to say. I'm sorry, because it
was no problem.
too short, but it's really good to see you as well. So now the floor is yours. Please, waiting for very, very challenging questions.
Maybe not very challenging questions, but for example, I have some comments and questions just like that for the first speakers, because I had some, I'm not sure if it was talked about there was some, it could be seen self-censorship there in this, in Turkey, just in this new, let's say, this autocratic self-censorship was in the media, all this digital media. It could be seen and how it looks like. So how it's what's the example we can see there?
This is the first question. We know who will be able to answer this question. Can you proceed to the second question?
Yeah, and for the second, for the Dr. Natalia, is there at what age should social media be allowed to be used? Because it's like we see young people, especially children, also they get their phones at very, very young age. So should parents just control, or when they should allow, they can allow their children just to use social media? Because we can see it's, on the one hand, it's the opportunity for them to just connect with the friends, to connect with other, with the world outside, but also it's like there is lots of threats for them, as we could see, and how we can just prepare our children, let's say, to prevent them be on this cyber faults and cyberbullying, how we can teach them to about it. And for the Dr. Dronk, it's maybe more than comment than the question, because during this pandemic, we could see how our not only professional life, but also this private life just go online, let's say. And there is the theory of theater of everyday life that we could see that it gets the new stage, also new backstage. So we let other people to see our background, usually our backstage, like our houses, our where there we normally prepare to take some role when we go outside. Mm-hmm. So when we, for example, prepare in our houses to do the lectures, so the backstage just changed, because on the same in the same place we just make the same place we just make also the stage for our audience. And this is just my little comment for this very interesting part. It's also, it can be a part for the more deepest research related to nonverbal also competences. And I think that this nonverbal competences also are linked to these digital competences that we need also learn and teach students and children, that because we also, it can help us just to prepare how to interact with each other when we use network communication, and also when we use our when we connect with each other. So thank you. That's all for now from my side. So
thank you very much. And as our presenters are getting ready to answer, I would like to also draw your attention to the chat. Teresa Ronchakova, Dr. Teresa Ronchakova from Ružomberok. She says, thank you very much for today's meeting and presentation. I have to leave because of our university building is closing at 4, so she is passing the greetings. And also Dr. Aleksandra Urzędowska also pass the gratitude to all of you. Thank you very much for all interesting day. I have to leave now. Greetings for all speaker and participants. So now we will go properly speaking to our probably the first question that was asked, and to the first presenter. So Dr. Jan Zajrek, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Piotr. Thank you very much for the question. Well, first of all, it is important to see that leaders of despotic regimes, despots themselves, in Turkey, it is the case with Erdogan, they always remain concerned about the disharmonious effects of using the effects of social media on their own political order. And the situation in Turkey, in fact, is very desperate because, he's widening the controls. The only one chance that I saw was during the Gezi Park protests, where demonstrating citizens were able to use social media such as Twitter or Facebook and so forth. But the situation got worse after the protests. Nevertheless, the network controls were further expanded in Turkey and tightened, and censorship was legally legitimized, and internet users persecuted. And especially after the attempted military coup back in 2016, the situation got worse. And so it has dimensions that we, outside of Turkey, I mean, I'm living here in Germany, and we got, cases where some proponents of the Erdogan regime informed some government institutions, because, we were talking about in our lectures about democracy, about the rule of law, the separation of powers. This is reason enough for these people, to inform the government with the hope that they can, for instance, get, positions, government positions, and so forth. And so I think that the situation is really bad now in Turkey. And this, the people who are going to the streets, and there's the regulation. There is a law, very important law in Turkey, the regulation of publications on the internet and combating crimes committed by means of such publications, which was criticized by the Venice Commission, the Commission for Democracy Through Law, known as the Venice Commission. And they said in 2016, I quote, however, in an overall assessment, those amendments and the amendment introduced in March 2015, meaning the internet law in Turkey, have resulted in the increase of the powers of the Presidency of Telecommunication to issue blocking orders without prior judicial review, and of the number of alternative procedures for access blocking, removal of content of on different grounds. And so, but despite these violations, the social media platforms remain a popular and hardly controllable means of expression for the opponents of autocracy. And this also goes for the opposition, for the secular opposition in Turkey.
So thank you very much for this first comment. And I'm sure we have another question waiting in buffer zone. and this is Miss Katarzyna, Magister Katarzyna Radwańska.
But now there is time for Dr. Natalia to ask.
Yes, but and that's exactly what I would like to keep. So please, Miss Katarzyna Radwańska, if you can wait. And I know that Miss Katarzyna Radwańska is a great specialist on Turkey. So Dr. Jan Zairek, for sure there will be another question coming towards your way. And if we now go towards the Dr. Natalia class, please. Second.
Thank you very much. I mean, if you prefer to answer first about the political science, I mean, I can change, but it's up to you.
You see, our director said that please, if you can follow, so please, we need to be obedient to our director. So go ahead.
Thank you. To the question, is there a certain age for certain social media, at which age it should be allowed, and how to prepare? There are two different questions in a sense. There are different opinions. I follow the American school of psychologists, and there is a common opinion, or at least an advice, coming from Association of Psychologists in America and also from IT experts from the States, that for different apps probably should be established a different age. Recommended, again, it's a recommendation. It's for Facebook, should be started at the age of 13 and plus. And a psychological association also agrees upon it. Then for example, other apps, Instagram, it's recommended from the age of 16. It also depends on what those social media apps can perform, what are the technical possibilities, also the possibility to control them. There is a list, however, of social media apps that are recommended or should be banned for children. It's like Omega, Yellow, Whisper, because it's very, very difficult to trace the one who is actually sending messages or where it comes from. It's very difficult traceable. It goes to the dark net. So in order to avoid, in a sense, human trafficking or being used children for sexual trafficking, or to avoid the children to be exposed, so for some sex abusers, there is a list of social media apps that should not be used at all. The general consensus would be from the age of 13, but again, it's very difficult to withstand the pressure. It differs from country to country, it differs from community to community, nationality, also the families, the parents. If I can be very specific about Austria, in a majority of the schools still prevails the idea that children are not allowed to use a smartphone or medias in the school, in the primary school. So only from the age when they enter middle school, from the age of 10, they are allowed to use in the breaks their phones. In the primary schools they are banned to use any smartphones. And if for some reason the parents give a smartphone, then it has to stay downstairs where the wardrobe is. So this is very specific to Austria. But again, coming back to the question, at which age? It's recommended from the age of 13. Now, how to prepare to your children? It involves certain aspects, but the classical threefold aspect means from within, from the family, and then from the environment. What does it mean specifically? That the parent-child relationship needs to be based on trust, and this trust needs to be cherished. And the children have the tendency, especially from young age, to copy the parents and the parents' behavior. They are not able at a very young age to distinguish, as I said, the fantasy from reality, very often. So the parents need to put the rules for the reality and the fantasy, and they need to more coincide. The rules must be very strict, that the parents also explain the child what kind of media they can use and why. And it's also recommended that the parents, you can put another app of, it's called Watchdog. You can oversee what your children open. And then you openly tell to your children that, yes, we're watching this and this, or watching everything. So you can put so-called watchdog apps and to openly discuss this with the children and say, it's not for intruding the privacy of a child, because children do need privacy, but within a certain framework. Also, the children need, it's not just about control, because if it's just based on the control, the children will always find a way around it. It has to be built within the child. The children are in need of praise and clear rules. The children function the best when they have a clear rules for everything. So what is good, what is bad, and especially when it comes to discussing situations in the school, bullying or texting with certain purposes or communication, it's very important not to take at the first step to any side, but to try to gather as much as possible information and to follow a certain hierarchy. Because children are afraid of saying things that might make them look bad in a school. So if the parents grasp to the option immediately to get aggressive and expose what happened with the child might close in and never reveal any further information. So it needs what the consensus is. It's not it's not an encouragement not to act, but an encouragement to do a step-by-step movement to how to solve social conflicts for the child in the school. So, and of course, to follow a certain hierarchy, to first to talk to the child, to figure out what the situation was, contact to the principal, contact to the other parents, and to have witnesses to the situation. This is a general framework, but then again, to a very specific situation, I would always encourage the parents not to be afraid to involve a counselor, and also to allow the child a private time with a counselor, because it allows the child to entrust to a person that's not necessarily the parent, but somebody who can direct the child to the right decisions, and even to open up to the parent, because often starting in a primary school, parent-children confrontation is very natural. And in order to help the child, sometimes a third person needs to be involved. This is just very quickly by generality, because it's a very broad topic, how to prepare and to teach your children. But again, the principle is trust and step-by-step dealing, and to avoid anger or direct confrontation, immediate confrontation, but to talk it out. Thank you.
So this was the second question of Magister Aleksandra Mirek-Rogowska towards Dr. Natalia Haas. And now we are moving towards the third question that was addressed towards Dr. Katarzyna Drog. And well, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It was not question, it was comment, but I would like to add comment to your comment. Yes, I believe that it is very interesting to observe background, but also to think as a researcher about the new patterns of savoir-vivre, let's say, in our communication. because now we need to ask question. For example, it is nice or it is according to savoir-vivre to switch off camera or switch on camera, or to have our coffee with us and drink it during conference, or should we do it? Is it allowed or not? Is it kind or it's not kind? So we, as I mentioned during my presentation, we have new environment for our communication, for our conversation, and that's why we need to reevaluate the patterns of nonverbal communication and think about it. What is possible? What is possible according to the traditional way? What is completely impossible, technically impossible? And in what sense our nonverbal signals are changed? So we have three possibilities: the same, no access, and differences. So it's still, as you mentioned, Alexandra, it's still space for research, and I believe it will be done. And I found it as something interesting, because this is as a lecturer, everyday experience, and we deal with this. So maybe there is a time to think about it as a researcher, as our interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And well, thank you very much now to Magister Katarzyna Radwańska. I mean, really, your patience is really a great virtue. And well, if I can only make a beautiful introduction to Ms. Katarzyna Radwańska regarding Dr. Jan Zajrek, that Ms. Katarzyna Radwańska is our specialist for Turkish studies. So this is really a meeting at the high level now of Magister Radwańska with Dr. Zajrek, and we are all a great witness to this meeting. Mm-hmm. So the floor is yours, Mr. Magister Katarzyna Radwańska. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Piotr. You are, as always, you are very, very nice, very kind. So thank you for introducing. Yes, and merhaba, dear Dr. Jan. Yes.
Merhaba Katarzyna.
Thank you, and I'm also very happy that, because it's probably first time that at our university we have topic related to Turkey. I will use this term because few months ago, President Erdogan officially changed the official international name of Turkey to distinguish it from the name of Turkey, like a bird. So I have a question, of course, to you. And could you explain that? Can we say that from Gezi Park protests, Erdogan started to deal with social media? This is the first step of this question. And the second is it any legislative regulation in the Turkish constitution or any legislative procedures, regulations about social media? And thank you for your answer in advance.
So I also thank you for your answer in advance. And I'm really, really sorry, but I have another appointment that I need to run to. So please forgive me. I know that you are in excellent hands of dyskuter Aleksandra Mirecka-Rogowska, Pani Magister, and another Pani Magister Katarzyna Radwańska, and Dr. Katarzyna Drąg. So I'm sure that the session would continue. But please, thank you, all the participants, and I need to depart. And please, Shukriya for all these input, and Köszönöm szépen, and well, dziękuję bardzo. Take care. All the best. Bye bye. And well, stay.
We can continue, and we are waiting for your answer, Dr. Jen.
All right. Well, thank you for the question. First of all, I have to make a follow-up to concerning this self-censorship, because there are two dimensions. There is self-censorship in Turkey, which is the opposition, political opposition parties or opposition people who are against the government, and the scientists. Science is also affected by self-censorship, and not just only in Turkey. It goes beyond the borders. We as scientists outside of Turkey, we also have to take care about, what we are saying and what we are posting and so forth. And yes, there is a deal. There are more than one deal between the Erdogan government and many of the news holdings in Turkey. I gave the example of Aydın Doğan, and he was eliminated because of his holding was eliminated because of the mere fact that he openly attacked in 2018 Erdogan for some critical reasons. And but the same goes not just only to national broadcasters, the same goes also to international broadcasters. We know that foreign companies like Cisco Systems, IBM, Google, Amazon, and Microsoft are also caught up in the system. And that's because, these companies are expected, all right, to share their surveillance technologies and user data with the state. Companies that refuse to cooperate with Erdogan or other autocrats elsewhere in the world, with the state may find their business operating licenses withdrawn. And this happened, for instance, in China. And refusal to comply with officials, official requests can be costly for these companies, which is in many foreign companies or their local subsidiaries actually cooperatively share their information stored in their own databases with the ruling powers. And that is to say with Erdogan. And the problem with this is, we have the imagination that media should be, neutral and should promote democracy, should promote all these beautiful things that we have. But in this case, this great foreign media companies, they help actually autocratic regimes to get more autocratic, to put more pressure to the people and to the system itself. And this is the problem, not just only in Turkey, as I said before, also in other countries in the world. And this is a great problem, I see. And so the international community should do its utmost to impose restrictions upon these companies who store all the information about people, about dissidents, about opposition politicians, and so forth. But yes, they are working openly together, not just only with the national broadcasters, also with famous and known, well-renowned international foreign companies like, as I said, Cisco companies, Google, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and so forth. So they are part of the game.
May I add a short question
yes, of course.
To you? I believe it might be difficult to answer for this, but I know that you are a scholar from Germany and you are dealing with this topic, new media and democracy, let's say, in general. Do you know if there is any chance nowadays to do this kind of research in Turkey, or only scholars from outside are able to do something with this, to write about this, to describe problems? And can you say a few words about it?
No, definitely not. As when I left Turkey in 2017, I was, I founded an institution on democratization studies in Turkey, in my hometown in Izmir. And so after leaving 2017, I thought to myself, at least social science is impossible in Turkey right now. And so this is why I said it before, science is also affected by this, because there is no science freedom in Turkey now for social scientists. I mean, if you are a physician or something like this, this is not a problem. But if you're talking about politics and international politics, Turkish politics, then you're a target. And so many of my friends who are just only giving lectures on democracy generally, in general, they're talking about Athens, the Athenian democracy. They're talking objectively on, separation of powers, for instance. But they were, the government were informed by trolls and proponents of the party of AKP, and they got into jail. Doing nothing, really... just only lecturing on democracy or lecturing on the separation.
Just like about phenomenon, nothing in details.
Yes.
Thank you. That's really interesting and sad situation. But hopefully you will able to develop your research about it. And that's our wish for you. And I have also one more question for Dr. Natalia. You mentioned about supporting children by parents, which is a very important part of media literacy and taking care about being children in social media. Can you say a few words, you as a scholar and you as a teacher, did you meet a huge interest from parents' side? Do you know about it? They are really interested to increase their competences in social media was able to help their children, or maybe they are still not aware that it is important and that they need more knowledge, more maybe workshops, more help, more professional help to be able to help and take care about their children.
Thank you very much for the question. You hit it on the spot. It's a very difficult question because it's an area that needs still schooling. Very often parents do, out of ignorance, do not understand the consequences because in most of the cases, unfortunately, and then it's a need of schooling, but also a need of professional help or need of a counselor who would just give advices or steps or help them in dealing with such problems. The problem is truly that the parents, especially depending on which generation you speak, and as the children, with the generation the children grow up. Because also, it's a very broad topic, but if you have a generation that the parents didn't deal with social media challenges, then naturally are ignorant of what might come with it. So then they're not aware with what their children might be dealing in a school environment with the peers or even younger siblings. And so it's very often the inability to, they're not equipped, simply said, with dealing with such problems. That's why in many schools, slowly, it's being already more aware that the school needs school counselors regarding those topics in order to welcome the parents and the child together to just sit down and explain on a professional level, what does it mean? What means this particular problem, cyberbullying? What does it mean sexual abuse? What does it mean sexual offender? Or if you have an official request, for example, to watch out a very particular child because there is a sex offender that particularly looking for. So to disclose to create a certain comfortable environment and to predispose the parents, the child, and the counselor to talk about and address those problems. And in my experience, it's usually brought to good result. It doesn't mean the solution comes within a quick time. It's usually a problem that requires a lot of time and patience. And that's unfortunately that's one of the backfalls of the social media, that it's not patient. And it's very aggressive, very progressive. and it just motivates for action, but not necessarily for meditation. But you're right, unfortunately the awareness about the consequences, the dangers, the parents are predisposed to see more the benefits, and the children, as I said, they're naturally predisposed to believe, especially visual. Allows visual, and that's also a sign of manipulation that a lot of like management and advertisement are based on the technology of manipulation. So that's why visual also remains in our subconscious. So this shortly said, yes, it's an area that certainly needs counseling. And
so it seems that it should be first step. Media literacy for parents and adults, and then the second step for children, because it is impossible to do it only with the youngest, with no support from teachers and from the family.
So the first step would be to have a counselor at the school, in my opinion, if you're still speaking about cyberbullying, texting, grooming, because primary school kids, I speak about 6 and 10 age, they spend a lot of time in the school. Generally, the kids, if you count all together the days throughout the year, they spend most of their hours in the school.
Yeah.
Teachers could be, even if the teachers would participate in a certain schooling on this matter, then it would be a big help.
Mm-hmm.
And they could communicate the values and the dangers throughout their classes.
Mm-hmm. In Poland, we still wait for a long time for media literacy as a part of program at school. We are still waiting and waiting. Everybody is talking that it's needed and we should have it at the primary school and at the high school, but it's still not there. So maybe in the future, but we can observe that it is absolutely needed. There is no chance to manage without this kind of classes and this kind of support at school.
Unfortunately, the surveys and the data suggest that we need to start this counseling or spreading of the information already in kindergarten.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's something that needs to start in kindergarten because, again, Poland is very different from Austria. The idea of suggesting sexual education for kindergarten kids, it suggests, and there are already studies and cases from Vienna that children are very disturbed at it. They develop pathological fear and they have panic attacks and all. I mean, with coming from the outward, it disturbs the inside of the children. And then it's very important when the parents interfere or the teacher that to have a mechanism of stopping and saying, well, right now we have to look at this case and see what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. It was very interesting to think about this media literacy and how it works, because we were talking a lot about social media today, but only during your speech from perspective of children, which is also very interesting and important perspective, because it will be adults' perspective in few years. This is future of media. Do you have any more comments or questions? If no, there is the time to say goodbye. But first, it is time to say thank you. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation to this conference, and thank you for your time. Thank you for your preparation and for your excellent presentations. I will send via email all details about our publication, how to prepare article, and about deadline also. I will inform you in few days you will have all information, so please be ready to prepare article. We will be very happy to publish our book. It will be in English. The title Media for Men, connected with our main topic. Hopefully we will organize next edition of our conference, and it is my dream to meet with you in Krakow, not online. It's good to have video conversation. It's better than nothing, but it's not the same. So hopefully next time in Krakow at our university, at the Pontifical University of John Paul II in Krakow, in Institute of Journalism, Media and Social Communication. At the end, I would like to say thank you also to our Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences, Professor Michał Droszcz, who is the heart of this conference. That's a pity. He is very sorry that he is not able, because of health reasons, to be today in person with us. But it was his idea, and he is the founder of this event. And he will be also the head of our publication project. So we will contact with you. And also I would like to thank you very much to Dr. Paweł Kaszuba, who is the head of our technical support team. To Paweł and to our doctoral students, to our students who are part of this team, we say big thank you for your support. You were with us for all day, from the morning till now. You prepare and were with us on Zoom meeting and also on YouTube channel, JP2 Television, our academical television channel. So thank you very much for your time and support and for your help. Thanks to you, we were safe, technically speaking, which is very important when you organize and when we are participants of online event. Thank you once again. Hopefully you will have very nice evening. Thank you once again to lecturers, to disputants, and to heads of our panels, to organizers. Thank you to our rector who sent beautiful letter to us and of whom we can always count. And thank you to our dean, who is the main founder of this event. We will stay in touch, and hopefully we will meet once again. It will be 5th edition of Media for Men conference. Thank you and have a good evening. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
You.